Nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable.
For now, President Biden praising efforts to ramp up economic pressure and isolation of Russia, the U.S. and others imposing more sanctions. Police in California say last weekend's deadly mass shooting in Sacramento was a gunfight believed to be gang-related, and that at least 5 shooters were involved. 3 men have been arrested, but none charged with homicide. The mother of a black man shot and killed during a no-knock raid in Minnesota is angry after today's announcement from prosecutors.
This is not over.
Karen Wells reacted to no criminal charges being filed against SWAT officer Mark Hanman by prosecutors. Hanman shot and killed Wells' son Amir Locke during that raid.
You think that you just gonna walk around and have a regular life and I'm not?
Wells says she's still in mourning because her son died protecting himself.
From all the crime that is out of control, Mayor Fry, the mayor of Minneapolis.
Wells says no-knock warrants should be banned, and if Mayor Jacob Fry wants to talk about that,
he has my phone number.
a civil suit against Officer Hanman is still a possibility.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Locke was holding a gun before he was shot. Prosecutors say there's insufficient evidence to prove the officer violated deadly force laws. For the first time, a not guilty verdict at a Capitol riot trial. A federal judge acquitting Matthew Martin of New Mexico on all counts, noting video that shows 2 police officers letting people enter the Capitol rotunda as Martin approached. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Educators in Tennessee are blaming remote learning for reading scores.
Many are trying hard to improve, but it's very tough. Bradley County Literacy Coordinator Tracy Blackburn.
We know that if students aren't reading at grade level by the time they're finished with 3rd grade, it's very difficult to have any kind of catch-up growth after that point.
Less than 33% of 3rd to 8th grade students rated proficient on the 2021 statewide reading test, and fewer than 20% of students in the Metro Nashville public schools are proficient. The State Department of Education is responding to the literacy crisis by launching an initiative called Reading 360. And starting in the 2023-24 school year, the state is investing billions in education, with one of the goals to help each student read proficiently by the 3rd grade.
Fox's CJ Papa. A judge on New York's highest court, the Court of Appeals, is referred to a disciplinary commission and could be kicked off the bench for failing to comply with a COVID vaccine mandate. Judge Jenny Rivera is one of 4 judges statewide referred to the commission for being out of compliance. A pop star gets a win in court over a hit single.
Ed Sheeran won his British copyright battle over his 2017 hit Shape of You. The singer-songwriter then spoke out about what he called a culture of baseless lawsuits. Sheeran, who wrote his song with Snow Patrol's John McDade and Stephen McCutcheon, was being sued over the song's similarity to Oh Why by Sammy Switch. Sheeran posted on Twitter, whilst we are obviously happy with the result, I feel like claims like this are way too common now and have become a culture where a claim is made with the idea that a settlement will be cheaper than taking it to court, even if there is no basis for the claim. It's really damaging to the songwriting industry. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Stocks finished lower. It was worse during the session, though. The Dow down 144 at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, Due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the tenants in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Off a day at 6:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. The legislature will be going back into session on the 14th of April, where they will address the resolution that could lift the governor's public health emergency. But the governor yesterday said that she was surprised to learn of the legislature's plans to vote on that measure. The governor, quoted in the Guam Daily Post, as saying none of the sponsors notified her, giving her the courtesy and the respect to inform her of the vote coming down the pipes. Resolution 291 by Senator Chris Duenas, if approved by the legislative body, would cancel the public health emergency. The Ongurero says if the legislature had come to her first about the resolution, she would have been able to educate them on the consequences. Nonetheless, the legislature is scheduled to go into session on April 14th to discuss the matter. The administration may be given a chance to chime in on that resolution, as Senator Duenas did say that he intends to call the committee of the whole. Meanwhile, with the island now in a low-level status, it could be just a matter of weeks before the mask mandate could be lifted, at least for outdoors. The CDC declared us as a low-level risk on Tuesday, according to a release from the governor's office. The achievement is certified by the Department of Public Health and Social Services and approved by the governor. An executive order was placed to start the 14-day timeline of maintaining the low-level risk and gradually easing more restrictions. If Guam would be able to maintain the low-level outdoor mask mandate would be lifted at the stroke of midnight on April 19th. The restriction lift would allow no mask needed to be worn out in outdoor settings, but would require mask wearing in all indoor public settings. Restrictions on facilities and events like schools, sports, and graduations will also be subject to public health guidelines. The governor clarified that despite restrictions possibly being lifted, the public health emergency will remain in effect. And it's been a long while since they've been had in-person service, but beginning today, the Social Security Office will resume in-person service, including for people without appointments. Of course, people will be urged to make an appointment first to avoid a long wait. Phone appointments can also save you a trip to a busy office. Customers who walk in without appointments may encounter delays, they say, and even longer waits. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Guam is safer, according to the governor, Luli Ongurero. In a story posted in the Guam Daily Post, the governor has been attending some of the recent public safety meetings which are being held across the island, in which residents have expressed their concerns with safety in their neighborhoods. And despite an uptick in crimes being reported, the governor believes the island is safer and says that she will continue to put more public safety personnel on the streets. The crimes reported just this year include unsolved homicides, armed robberies, rapes, park riots, and daily drug arrests. The governor said her administration is addressing the uptick in crime by recruiting more police officers, and in recent efforts has included an incentive which includes an increase in pay for law enforcement. The FBI involved in the investigation into apparent fraud involving Guam's Manamco, saying a total of 16 of Guam's senior citizens fell victim to fraud in 2021. The Post reports the feds released its recent elder fraud report that shows a number of elderly victims has risen at an alarming rate across the nation. In 2021, more than 92,000 victims over the age of 60 reported losses of $1.7 billion, representing a 74% increase compared with the previous year. The total amount that the 16 Guam victims lost reached $1.5 million, according to that report. And the Department of Corrections officially has a couple of new bosses with the swearing in of Bob Camacho and Frank Leon Guerrero yesterday. Camacho taking over as director of DOC after the resignation of Joe Carbolito last month. Leon Guerrero has also been tapped to serve as the deputy of DOC. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Yeah, like maybe I'll do the weather. I don't know, just kind of going through some of the paperwork of stories and things that I didn't get to yesterday. So it should be an action-packed, fun-filled program today with all of the crap from yesterday, plus the new crap from today.
Yay, more crap.
Yay.
Same crap, different day?
It's same crap, different day. Well, I don't know. It's not every day that we find out just how in the dark the governor is about life on Guam. Wait a second. Nobody told her about the resolution?
Apparently not.
Logan Rages, what are you doing? Are you
Courtesy and respect.
Are you not taking notes from the program and sending them to the governor and saying, here's what they're talking about on non-state run radio and non-state run media? These are the things that they're
Somebody's
talking about.
falling behind on their daily brief.
Is there, front page of the newspaper? I'm just saying, for all that money and a digital engagement manager, somebody is not getting engaged in the idea that we are safer today. Really? Are we? Okay, if you say so. So yeah, different crap today. And we'll talk about that as the program continues and commences on now. Mostly sunny in today's forecast. Again, daytime highs near 88 degrees. Lots of breezes up to 29 miles an hour today. Expect those out of the east. We got isolated showers and partly cloudy skies in the forecast tonight. Overnight lows cooler, about 76 degrees. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Daytime highs near 88. Again, breezy up to 29 miles an hour. Partly cloudy skies are in the forecast for tomorrow night. And I don't know, mostly sunny today, mostly sunny on Friday. When is that bad weather that the JIC says we're supposed to get? They sent out another thing yesterday that said it was going to be.
Maybe?
I don't know. There people, I'm serious, people are canceling events.
Yeah.
There was going to be, the Guam Bar was going to be doing this membership thing in a Ganya. They have canceled it now because of the hint that there's going to be some screwy weather around here.
Because sugar melts?
Because sugar melts in the rain. They're so sweet. Heat index today, 96 degrees. Rip current warnings, red flag fire warnings. We got murder hornets and pit bulls with AIDS. Sunrise this morning. Right now, as a matter of fact, Jeff from over at Pirates Cove is leaning over the railing somewhere, snapping some pictures. We'll get those on the screen before you know it. Sunset tonight is still scheduled for 6:33. Hashtag tell the others. That's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today. 6:14 in the morning. That is as serious as I think I'm going to sound.
Serious, sir.
For the rest of the day is cybersecurity. They say words like cybersecurity. Security title, as a matter of fact, bring you the broadcast security title when you absolutely positively need to know that you own the piece of property that you just bought. It sounds, it doesn't sound user friendly. They'll explain that to you when you call security title. Make sure that's the first call that you make after you talk to the real estate guys. 6:14. Ray Gibson Show, also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
We're safer. Yeah. They got security, right? There's people 24-hour-day security. They're safe.
Yes.
They're safer than we are because they got people around them, with guns and drivers, somebody to help them jog and that kind of, pace them as they go through all of this.
Sleeping under the very freedom blanket that she provides, and then you question the manner in which she provides it.
Thank you very much. I am that guy. I am that guy because I don't know about you. In terms of safety, all of the weirdos that we've got running around these days, and everybody that is meth island. Did you see the stories? How many stories do we have? Meth stories today. We got multiple meth, right?
2, 3.
I think we've got. There's the meth guy. Wait a second. Hold on. So it's page 2, maybe 3. I don't know where they're hiding the meth stories here today. Yes, we were safer. Chirag's back off the streets. Convicted dealer back in custody after a meth overdose. I didn't know you could overdose on
I didn't know either.
meth.
I was surprised. How do you do that?
Apparently,
I've never tried it, but.
Right. I mean, and what are the symptoms of a meth overdose? I mean, you just smell even more like cat pee?
Yeah.
I smell so bad I can't stand myself. I better go to the hospital. And what do you do? I mean, how do you detox on all this? And you read the rest of this story here about Billy Joe.
Fun.
No, it doesn't sound fun at all. Billy Joe and Palomo told the court he'd been in a toxic relationship for the previous 3 years, and he and his girlfriend had recently split up. You'd think that would make him happy. I'd
beat him, man.
I'd be smoking my ice in celebration as opposed to being all broke up and overwhelmed. He said that work has been taking a toll on him. What does he do for a living? What does the guy do for a living?
What does he do?
Apparently, he is a driver for a heavy equipment company.
Oh, I get it, man.
Are we not testing our drivers in the shop anymore to make sure that they're not getting behind the wheel, possibly, perhaps, with crystal methamphetamine?
A bus stop over.
Oh my God, that's kind of frightening. But we're safer, Joe. We're safer as a result of that. It might be a couple of other meth stories that we got floating around. Man stopped at a speed trap, caught with meth, and the story here is apparently this guy might have been going about 72 miles an hour in the car before they caught up. Before MC Cruz caught up with the guy.
Slow down, bro.
Maybe even on the ice, etc. So that I like it because that story is right next to the one where it has the governor saying that Guam is safer because the cops got an 18% raise. How about that? 6:18 in the morning. It's just going to be one of those roll your eye. We've got to do this today, guys, because tomorrow is no frowny face Friday. So we got to get all of the frowny face stuff out of our system here today. And you know where there were frowny faces? Some of the online chats yesterday while I was interviewing Chanel.
Oh, wow. Really?
Some of it I think is just jealousy. I think some of it was just jealousy.
Man, stop hating.
And then the other one was all these people going, why in the hell is she wearing a mask? And I'm like, well, she works at public health. I mean, you don't want to. If she had not worn a mask, people would have been hating on that.
The same reason why Nate Berg wears a mask.
Exactly. Yes, I have to.
Image
if I don't, then somebody.
Lead by example.
There's governor's office is going to call me. Logan's going to look and say, I'm sorry, I was watching the program and you weren't wearing a mask. In fact, we saw you pull your mask down for a second to take a drink and then put it back up. That's not allowed in the rules that we've got. But hey, it's the final countdown. We'll talk about that and more. Let me make some introductions around here for those of you that aren't aware. First of all, other sponsor of the program is Bank Pacific, where others put branches. They place roots, banking on the Pacific for 67 and a half years. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255-888-TALK. Mean Machine online at 797. Mean Machine, I introduce like a character in the show because it kind of is. Put this up on the screen. And I'm wondering if I ought to get a tattoo that says that. We shall no longer be known as the unvaxxed. We shall now be referred to as the pure bloods.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, me and Real Joe, two guys in the studio, no vaccines for us. We didn't bother getting them. And every once in a while, and it feels so weird because, it's been so long since the topic has been floating around. Somebody actually asked me last week, I said, so why didn't you get vaxxed? And I forgot all my answers. Nobody's asked me that in a long time. I didn't want to. How's that? So I'm sorry. I just wanted to. I was looking for something to defy, and that was it. And oh, by the way, I'm not traveling. And oh, by the way, I'm in reasonably good health. I don't think I'm in that target range for the COVID-19 or anything like that.
So you got that down, bro.
Well, because I had to remember it. But anyway, so no longer referred to as the unvaxxed. Will be the pure bloods. And trust me,
positive.
I want to get that on my passport. Did you know the passports. Did I mention this? In America, they're changing out the passports.
No.
So it's male, female, and you can now choose an X. Did you
really?
see that? No.
No, and I'm up for renewal.
Yeah, well, that might be one of the options that you have in case you want to be one of those people that pretends to be of a different gender. You can just put X, like it's nobody's business. I wonder when you fly into certain countries, will they get the joke? Will they get it? You know, you're flying into I don't know, like
giggle rate.
Iraq or someplace like that, or just someplace where they're really kind of serious about that kind of thing, and go, no, you're either a male or a female. What is
Let
this?
me check.
You're an X. Okay, go back on the airplane and leave until you can figure out which gender you're in. Not everybody is the same enlightened kind of people that we are. The other voice that you're hearing right now is the voice of Montecillo Tyron.
Hi, Senator.
Take care of news
Good morning.
and information. And remarking to me earlier before before all of the newscasts. No, she has apparently an abundance of these tests that Joe Biden has sent out.
Oh,
so
yeah. I'm saving mine, too.
So every time I get a sniffle, I
get a booger, she takes the test.
So I'm clear. I'm negative.
You are negative. All right. Well, that's good news. Now, have we decided that you can get COVID-19 more than once? I thought you couldn't.
Yes, you can. Actually, I have.
You have gotten COVID-19 more than once.
And I got 3 vaccinations too.
Or maybe just
almost died the 3rd time.
Maybe just got those Suki tests from China. Everything.
Yeah, so I have a little bit of sniffles. You know, when you fly home, people tend to get sick when they come home for some reason.
That's
so
how,
I just have a little bit of
COVID got here.
sniffles.
Maybe you got the BA2.
And so I took a test yesterday when I got home. I was just sitting around. I got this abundance of tests at home. So I just figured, when else am I going to use it?
Just stick something up my nose.
So I'm clear.
I got nothing to do. I'm going to stick something a quarter inch into my nose. That's good. 6:22.
You don't have to go all the way up. You just right here at your nostril.
Right.
Yeah,
with that one, which is why it's not accurate.
So it's not so invasive.
Doesn't go all the way in and scratch your eyeball. All right. Speaking of eyeball scratchers, let's check these guys out here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
You know what? I just realized I just clicked on the app right now, so I'm not sure how complete and accurate the list is going to be. It's going to be somewhat shorter, starting with Rico B. right there at the top. What color is the blood, he's asking? Is it green like Spock? Don't know. Mike Grace Bloss online saying that somebody had mentioned that the governor is in denial. She lives in a sheltered place, and Mike Grace Bloss says, denial ain't just a river. Pam Duvall, the mom of the program, is there. She says, yep, there is now a box for the X gender. Sarita says, I got my passport renewed. I will be a senior citizen next renewal. That's it's one of those things. I haven't gotten on an airplane recently, but it seems to me whenever you fly in, you got to fill out that paperwork for customs, that little form. I don't think there's any more boxes for me. No. I think now it's just like 50, it's like 60 plus or something like that, and then there's nothing afterwards. Like you're way off the calendar. We're not really even caring about you. We're just going to put this down here as a sign of courtesy and respect, as the governor is asking for over at the legislature. Patty Santiago is online. I got. Let me see, Dave Lazard. Earlier daylight makes me think I'm running late for work. Understood. Yeah, 6:13 is early this time. I mean, not for this time of year, but it's just it is earlier. It's been what is it? Just a couple of months ago, it was coming up at like 6:30, 6:40 in the morning. But now 6:13, so it's swinging back over in this direction. You know what the other problem is, and maybe earlier daylight is a good thing right now, because former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez has not yet returned home from his mission. It's not. It's not just a trip. It's a mission out to South Korea in an attempt to gin up a whole lot of new interest in Guam. There was a story floating around. I think James Howard posted it yesterday on Facebook, talking about how there is all of this pent up demand for travel. What I thought I coined revenge travel, but apparently it's been picked up by all of the rest of the media, because they're referring to the same thing. And you know what? Where all of the Koreans want to go?
Where?
Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Dang it.
They're flocking there,
We
man.
want the flockage to be here on Guam. We're closer. Or
Yeah,
much
man, what the
more.
flock?
We have better aloha here. Our half a day is better than their aloha. Please,
It's true.
give us a chance to prove it. Mark Voigtland checking in from the Free Zone. What have I got? Heather Perez online. Dan Rosal saying good morning. Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas is online. Doris, our running buddy, is online and watching. Are you going to be at the 5K this weekend? There is a 5. For those of you who haven't been paying attention to the hundreds of times that I've mentioned it, we are back with the 5Ks. Enough of the restrictions have been lifted so that that runners can get together in the usual spots. Chamorro Village will be the
parking lot out
the
there.
parking lot. Yeah, we're gonna all of us line up, and some of you will run very quickly towards the governor's office and then back, and then the rest of us are just kind of gonna enjoy a reunion. Because I ain't running fast. I'm not going to run. Yeah, how's it going? I'm going to run. I'm going to start in the very back. That way I can see all of the yoga pants. You know what I'm saying? So that's my plan. That's my strategy here. And why not? Because I don't think they're bringing the timers out. They're not going to be doing any categories. So male, female, and different age groups. Forget about it. If you want to know how fast you went, use the timer on your watch.
Yeah,
That's
Strava that.
Richards and Manny aren't going to be doing that. There will be some raffles.
There will be.
Yeah, but there's no bibs.
Refreshments.
I don't know about refreshments. I'm assuming that
Okay,
I
bring
might have
your
to
own.
bring my own beer. Oh,
Yeah.
he laughs. You don't know me, do
I
you?
don't, man.
Okay.
Not at a 5K, I don't.
Yeah, why not? People say, well, there's a 2K too. There'll be kids there, and I said, keep their hands off my beer. Is what I told them. So that's the thing. Saturday morning, show at 5, go at 6, and then, like I said, we're all going to have a beautiful runner reunion going on there. Scott K. Armstrong is there. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online.
Just bring him back to Guam.
He's gonna. He said
It's
tomorrow.
long distance sunshine.
Tomorrow afternoon, he said the Sunshine and the GVB team will be back. So that means that we're not going to be able to talk to him. Maybe Monday we'll line him up for a conversation about, and he can tell us how successful the trip is and how we will soon, once again, be swimming in an ocean of Korean hot pants at Plaza de España. What time is it? 6:27. Took me that long to get to it. Okay. Let me see. Pam Duval, embrace it. Rico Blancaflor. Patty Blas Dueñas saying good morning. Mike Grace. Okay. Like I said, it's going to be short list because I'm just getting around to this. Nate Horn is online here this morning. And if I haven't said Scott Armstrong's name yet, I will before too much longer. We'll wait until all the other names get in there. And populate the thing, and then look for some of the crazy comments that people are going to be giving us based on today's actually pretty large table of contents. I didn't think it was going to be this big, but there's just a whole bunch of stuff. The theme for today's program, reminiscent of a tune from the 1980s called "The Final Countdown." Do you remember it, Real Joe? Oh, we should play that song at the start of the 5K this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Just to inspire everybody.
Just to get the hype.
Yeah, exactly like that. But and maybe that's all this one is. That's why I ask, is this the final countdown? Front page of the news of the Guam Daily Post says outdoor mask mandate to end April 19th.
Seriously, I thought there was no mask mandate for outdoors.
14 to freedom, Ray.
I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I don't think I've ever worn a mask
Outside, right?
No.
I mean, we talk about this like
Ever.
practically every morning. I don't know why this is even part of a goal system because there's nobody except the true believers that are wearing the mask outdoors, and we'll just make it optional if you want to.
We're all well trained, Ray.
Yes.
Yes.
The
Obedient.
only time I've ever really worn the mask outdoors was like when I forget to take it off leaving Payless or something.
Yes. Well, I noticed in the newspaper the other day, I had a bunch of guys standing around after that accident that they reported on Marine Corps Drive by Autospot. And it was surprising, number one, just how big everybody was. Number two, 5K this weekend, guys. Come on, get some exercise. And how many people were actually wearing a mask? There were like 5 people in the picture. 4 of them had masks on, and it was outside during the day.
Some of them are getting paid.
And you know me, I'm not a scofflaw.
No.
If I had known, I would have been wearing a mask.
All of her friends at Academy are going, what? Huh? You are not a scofflaw. And then we've got May 5th, the goal set for indoor. The dropping of the indoor mask mandate.
Indo.
And the Indo. What I'm going to, they said May 5th, so I'm going to refer to it as Masco de Mayo.
Oh, yes.
Or Cinco de Masco. Cinco de Masco, I think is what we're going to call it. And we'll just take them all and sink them at the bottom of the Marianas Trench. Or we'll have a massive burning party over at the Adelup.
Yeah. Bring your bags.
Yeah. No bags. It's illegal, bro. According to the release issued by the governor's office Wednesday evening, the following changes will be made effective at midnight Tuesday, April 19th, if Guam continues to maintain a low level of risk.
Hey, let's stay up till midnight, Ray. Come on, man.
Individuals will not be required to wear masks in outdoor settings, but are going to continue wearing masks in indoor public settings. Restrictions on indoor social gatherings are expected to be lifted. I guess that would be completely. Which, can we redo the red ball so it all happens on one night? Is that possible? Hey,
the ball, man.
Habitat for Humanity quiz night. Let's start talking about doing that again. Social distancing requirements, whether indoor or outdoor settings, are expected to be lifted as well. And I don't know about the social distancing, but I haven't really been paying that much attention to it, like at the gas station or the grocery store. It's kind of try to bend that, bend the distance between the 6 feet dots that we've got on the floor. Does that mean that we'll be able to start scraping those things off?
Hey, that's a job right there, man.
I know,
Hire
for
me.
somebody, right?
I'll go around.
A lot of razor blades will go to Benson, get a lot of razor blades and start lifting all of that stuff up. And so that's why I ask, is this the final countdown, or are we going to get to April 18th? And they're going to say, "Oh, we got, based on new numbers, I feel a surge coming on. Do you feel a surge?
Yeah.
I just feel it kind of spiky. There's a spiky. Tell you what, we were good right up to today.
Yeah, forget about it.
But we're going to have to go ahead and hold on to this for another 2 weeks, because otherwise we won't have access to any of the federal money. Even though Chris Duenas has pointed out that in Hawaii they figured out the right words to say. Klatu niktu virata is what you've got to put in your executive order, and that will make it so that you can still have an executive order and still have access to the federal spending, because apparently, according to Chris Duenas in our conversation yesterday, nowhere does it say that you have to be under a public health emergency in order to spend all of that public health emergency money that apparently they are so worried about. So your rich friends can continue to be getting richer as a result of COVID-19. 632. Am I not speaking the truth? Am I not speaking the truth here?
You said that out loud, right?
I did. I know. I said the quiet part out loud. A bunch of other stuff in the table of contents. We'll get around to looking at that as well. Let me see if I got any new names to play around with. Nick Perlowski, there he is. Dennis Benzer, Valerie S.A. Untalan, asking the question, why would you want to wear a mask outside? Why would you? I don't get it. There's a breeze.
To keep the flies away.
And there's vitamin D, and I'm sure there's all these other benefits. I don't know. Nobody told me there's no more outdoor mask mandates, says the governor. Valerie, here's more obvious. But you're outside. May 5th, Masco de Mayo sounds good. Simon Sanchez watching the program. Detwood Kitsatu is out online, and MT Farron says, is she going to shoot a commercial at midnight on the 19th? You know the one we're talking about. Pretty piano music there in the beginning, and we've got slow motion video. Maybe images of Lou and Josh and members of the Physicians Advisory Group doing that slow walk down the aisle at Adeloop, and then taking all of them at the same time.
And then this.
Ripping the masks off their face, saying, "You're outside. It's the 19th. You need not wear a mask outside anymore." Apparently, the only place where they're wearing masks outside is Adeloop. At 6:34 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots to get to, and if you have no idea what it is out there that we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about, perhaps a primer would come in handy. We'll do that and call it Headline News with Mana Silvatira and Havamana. What happened?
Well, the Centers for Disease Control has declared Guam as a low-level risk, and if we stay that way, we could soon lift that mask mandate, at least for outdoors. An executive order was placed to start the 14-day timeline for maintaining that low-level risk, and the governor says if we maintain that, we could be lifting that mask mandate again for outdoors by April 19th. Meanwhile, the legislature will be going back into session on the 14th, where they're going to address Senator Chris Duenas' Resolution 291 that could potentially lift the governor's public health emergency. The governor, though, says that she was surprised to learn that the legislature does plan to move forward with that vote. The governor, in the Guam Daily Post, says none of the sponsors notified her, giving her the courtesy and respect to inform her of that the vote was coming down. She said, should she had been notified, she would have educated them on the consequences of that resolution. And it's been a long while since they've had in-person service, but today Social Security is going to open up their offices to anyone who needs services there. They are asking that you make an appointment first to avoid a long wait. And the Department of Corrections has 2 new bosses in charge with the swearing in of Bob Camacho and Frank Leongaro yesterday. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
It's 6:35 in the morning. How is it possible that she was ignorant of the resolution? I just don't understand that. And they're angry. She's apparently angry because none of the sponsors approached her, giving her the respect and the dignity of advising her that this was happening so that she could educate them. If they didn't know about the resolution, who sent all those people from public health down to the legislature last week? Because it sure looked like they were under orders and following commands from above to go and straighten out the legislature and let them know exactly what is what. I mean, this is not a pandemic of unhealthy people or unvaccinated people. Clearly, the pandemic, the only reason why the pandemic is still going on is because nobody wants their rice bowls tipped over. We've got access to all, there's a stream of money headed our way. Public sector, private sector, there's a stream of money, and nobody wants it to stop. Nobody wants to put their fingers. Hey, listen, even Chris doesn't want to put his fingers on the spigot. We just need to get out from under this public health emergency, get the kids unmasked, get the businesses back on track. Yeah, I know they can open, but how about a little bit more certainty with the public health emergency? You never know what's going to happen. We could turn into Shanghai overnight. Have you seen what's going on in Shanghai?
I have, yes.
Lupang Guam on the YouTube side says, wow,
Big trouble, little China.
25 million people in Shanghai are under strict home lockdown with government drones flying overhead saying, please comply with restrictions. Control your soul's desire for freedom.
Ooh,
can you imagine?
wow.
You know, they apparently
what a choice of words.
The Constitution doesn't work out there in Shanghai. But here's the scary part. We got to get a hold of Charlie Hermosa about this. There's a ton of stuff that leaves China for America, and it goes through the ports of Shanghai. Big port city out there, and lots of ships carrying a lot of goods. What is going to be in short supply next as a result of everybody who would normally be filling up those containers with merchandise and then putting them on the ships? What are we going to be missing out on? Our PS5s already expensive. Chips for the cars already unavailable to just about everybody. And I tell you what, if you are listening and maybe at the head of some kind of big manufacturing firm, it's time to start thinking of moving your operations back to America, where we've got a little bit of control. In fact, Texas, go to Florida, move your stuff back to America, so that you can have a little bit more control about what happens with your merchandise. 6:37 in the morning, and the Ray Gibson Show. Is that the other Governor, Leon Guerrero?
It is. Sir.
Hey, let's find out if he knew about the resolution. Let's see if he feels like Guam is a safer place today than it was before we gave the cops an 18% salary bump. That's coming up next on the Ray Gibson Show.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Raise your glasses for a toast because First Hawaiian Bank now turns your meals into a reason to celebrate. Every dollar you spend on dining purchases, including fast food, earns you up to 3 times United miles. Simply use your First Hawaiian Bank United credit card and start reaping the most rewarding credit card experience on island. Terms and restrictions apply. Don't have a First Hawaiian Bank credit card? Visit any branch or FHB.com to apply today. With First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes.
Oh, I was watching the video here. Fine, I'll take a look at the map and see what's happening on your roadways here. Let me turn on the thing that says what transit is starting to look like and see if there's any transit worth talking about on the roadways we've got here on Guam. Is it still not on? Okay, wait, that one. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay, hold on. Now you can see what I'm looking at. 888-8255-888-TALK. Up north, doesn't look like there's a whole lot of traffic just yet. Maybe a little bit over at... where's that? Just north of the McDonald's on Marine Corps Drive up in Zigo Town. Otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive looking pretty good. Just a little bit of intersection traffic at the usual places, 1 and 16 and 16 and 27. 8, 10, and 16, not so bad right now. Doesn't look like there's even dogging out traffic on Route 8. Route 4 running clear. Not a whole lot of activity on Route 10 around the University and GCC area. And I'm looking at the Big Navy, and it doesn't even look like that's starting to get too busy. So what have I got? 6:40 in the morning. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla. Giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Hafaday, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
What happened? Tell everybody about the nice cars over at Nissan. Yes, 2021s like the Kicks and the Titans still on the lot, and you can help them get rid of those things. They got all kinds of great prices that they will talk to you about. And brand new 2022 Infinity models are available. APR as low as 1.99%, including the Infinity QX60. You get into this thing and treat yourself to all kinds of luxury and an electronic wonderland. You press a button and something happens. You press another button, and then there's the air conditioning. And you press another button next to the air conditioning button, and then there's air conditioning in your Doggenman. It is absolutely that kind of ride, and all kinds of features. One of my favorite features is the sunroof. And I don't think they make a model that doesn't have a sunroof. It's just built in and included standard. Find out what else is standard with a test drive that you will not want to end at Nissan Guam and the Infinity QX60.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Studio time 6:42. We're safer here. You're safe. On my back. Get behind me. Governor Lulian Guerrero is going to keep all of us safe by giving the police officers an 18%. They were already doing their job. They were doing a great job even before that. I'm so happy they got raises. And what was it the girl said? They got a boat. We gave them a boat. They got a boat. We're safer now because we got a boat. Okay, I got you. So if when the weirdo guys start approaching you and asking for money, bumming money from you, or those guys over at the skate park start making menacing actions towards you, call the governor's office and say, listen, I need you to make me safer right now because lady, it's going down, Brown. And then you got the idea that she had no idea that there was a resolution being floated around over at the legislature. You're kidding me. There has been a resolution floating around over at the legislature since the 35th Guam legislature and the unveiling of the Klitsky-Gibson resolution that gives rise to the resolution 291. And what do you mean you didn't know about it? Then who put together the hate meme? You know, just it kind of makes you think that maybe there are parallels going on between what's happening in Adelup and what's going on in Washington D.C. Has anybody seen this video of our commander-in-chief yesterday at the White House? Here it is. That feeling like you just kind of walked in a room. What am I doing here? Did I come in for reading glasses? Am I thirsty? maybe I need to repaint the cabinets in the kitchen. The guy's just like wondering, just bumbling around the Oval Office here. Everybody is fawning. Wow. First of all, everybody is fawning over the real president of the United States, who would be Barack Obama. He's apparently made an entrance over at the White House, and so everybody wanted to go and hang out with him. And so the bumbling Joe Biden is out, trying to find out, where's the lady with my pills? Can I have ice cream now? I did my speech. Where's the Baskin Robbins? I need ice cream. 6:44. They said I could have all the Jell-O I want and play with the squirrels. Is it time for the squirrels now? There it is, the president of the United States, the free world, the leader of the free world on television, on parade for everybody to see. 6:45 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Got to do better, kids. Got to do better. Ken LG, the other Governor Leon Guerrero. I say that now to trigger, but apparently they don't listen over there. The messages don't get from me to Logan to her.
Yeah, that's just amazing when she came out with that statement like that. And it makes you wonder how many other things she's not aware of, like the fact that we still have thousands of people unemployed because of her restrictions on the economy. And we have thousands of people wondering how they're going to pay their bills because her support for the people is too little too late. And the fact that she still continues to ignore the science of this and has from the beginning. I mean, if you think back, remember back in 2020, I was one of the people out there in front of the legislature protesting along with you and Bob Klitsky. I'm the only one that filed any legal actions against the government over her heavy-handed efforts to suppress freedom here in the island beyond all reasonable means. Now, some of it was reasonable in the very, very, very beginning when we didn't know anything, but we learned a hell of a lot fast, and there was no reason for her to do the things that she's done that has basically destroyed the economy of the island. It's going to take us 10 years to rebuild our economy to the pre-pandemic level because of her actions.
You told her.
Yeah, and so that's why in the State of the Island address this coming Saturday, we'll enumerate the things she could have done but didn't.
All right, so that's 11 o'clock, right, on the Candid channel?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
But what we're dealing with right now, I mean, I was just gobsmacked this morning when she's creating a new government agency with $950,000, and we don't even know what this new agency is.
Well, I'm figuring a big chunk of that $950,000 is going to go so Tyrone Titano can buy a pair of pants.
Well, he's going to have to do that, and then of course, like the tradition of new government of Guam directors, he's going to have to go get a premium office space, and he's going to have to get brand new furniture, and of course the luxury SUV. You can't be a director of government of Guam unless you have a luxury SUV, and then you're going to have to drive around the island to show everybody that you've arrived on government gas paid for by taxpayers who don't have luxury SUVs or government gas cards. These kinds of things are just flagrant abuse of the very scarce taxpayer dollars, because their attitude at Adelup is, we can't be broke. We still have checks.
Well, I'm trying to sort out what exactly this office is going to do. It's the Office of Infrastructure, Policy, and Direction. Right? And then that just sounds sweet. The infrastructure, policy, and direction. What infrastructure are we talking about? Because GWA would not fall under this category, and it seems to me the GPA would not fall under the infrastructure category laid out. So what's left is roads. We got a DPW for that. What's Vince Ariola going to do? If Tyrone's going to be talking about infrastructure, maybe bridges. Maybe we'll do
bridges and sewers. Right?
Sewers, sewers, GWA. That's
okay.
That's under GWA.
And direction. Once upon a time, I'm not ashamed to talk about this. I was given a change, and there was a change in the management, and one of the changes was I was moved from operations, but in order to justify my ridiculously high salary, they had to make me vice president of something, and so they made me vice president of strategy. Right? Didn't that sound like, it looked great on business cards, right? You couldn't get a loan. Yeah. You couldn't get a loan with it, but it looked great on business. Vice President of Strategy. And that's what this looks like, is the Office of Infrastructure, Policy, and Direction. And you will be the Director of Strategy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how the hell the Director of Infrastructure and Policy is going to make the quality of life for the ordinary people of Guam better. That should be the overriding focus of any expenditure of taxpayer dollars, is how does this improve the quality of life? The only quality of life being improved is Tyrone's.
We need,
you know what,
I'll just tell you right, Tyrone, day one, since you're in charge of direction, we need more one-way signs in Agana. I think we need more one-way streets in downtown Agana area, you know what I mean? And just, make, in fact, put a one-way sign at both ends of the street. So nobody knows which way we're supposed to go. There you go. That's Gov Guam direction for you. Let me see here. It's 6:50 in the morning. The other thing that we want to tout here, and you're too humble to do it yourself, so I'll take care of it. There is a website now for candidate Ken Leon Guerrero. Yes?
Yes, there is. KenLeonGuerrero.online.
What?
And in that, Mark Bordalio, if you're listening, you should pay attention to that, because he accused me on my Facebook page of just being a Johnny-come-lately, that I only emerged this election, and where have I been for all the non-election years. So if he goes to my online page, he can see 15 years of letters to the editor, links to testimonies over the years, as well as probably 100 videos I've done on various aspects of government operations and policy.
Cool. Very cool.
So if you're listening, Mark, go there.
It's all apparently the guy had never listened to you and I talking on this radio station or talking on the other station where I was the vice president of strategy.
Yeah, that was amazing when I saw that. But it goes to show that AdLoop is, they've stuck the key in the troll machine. They're cranking it up. And we're going to start seeing the AdLoop trolls coming out, going after everybody that didn't drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Well, they've already gone after. I love the Chris Duenas one, where they're basically going to start blaming him for the untimely deaths of up to 45,000 families here on Guam, because all of that emergency SNAP money is going to go away. $2.5 million a month, 50,000. How many kids was it? 40,000 kids that were going to be affected by this. How do you sleep with yourself, Chris Duenas? How do you sleep? The hate pieces. All right. Well, listen, I've had enough of a good time with that. I'm going to let you go unless you got something else.
No, that's it. I mean, what we're looking at right here is the stupidity of that little meme right there, because the governor, through her actions, has put 10,000 people out of work for extended period of times and then cut them off. So now we have businesses that are struggling because they don't have enough hours to give their people the hours they need to live. And she's talking about the SNAP benefits, which are federal money, a federal mandate.
Yeah, we got to figure out. Let's get these people. There's 15,000 people and 15,000 families that are affected by all of this. Let's find a way to get 15,000 people, 15,000 members of these families back to work. How about we do that instead of giving them free handouts from the federal government that unfortunately people will get used to and then not want to go back to work when a job's become available again. 6:52 in the morning. I got to let you run. You have a great day. All right.
All right, will do.
Appreciate it. The other governor, Ken LG. Yeah, he's running as a Republican. It's Ken Leon Guerrero online, I guess, is the Dot online.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't realize that was one of those places that on the internet. Now, celebrity birthdays. I got to do this now because it might set up the happy feelings for the rest of the day. Celebrity birthdays. Director Francis Ford Coppola is 83 years old.
Oh, nice.
Way
Godfather.
to go. Yeah. Was it the guy? He did the Godfather
He
movies?
did, yeah.
Yeah, I guess he did.
He did.
What did he also do? Who am I thinking of that did that Vietnam movie?
Oliver Stone.
No, never mind. Dennis, I'm just giving Dennis Benzer something to holler about. All right, so Wordle's ticking me off over the last couple of days. I didn't get Wordle yesterday. I did not get it.
Yeah.
You
walked away?
Yeah, I put in another one just to kill it. It's like a suicide with Wordle. I got down to my fifth guess, and I couldn't make out the word at all, and so I used another word that I knew was wrong. Just to like you drop the king in a game of chess. I said, today Wordle beat me. It beat me. That's all I can say about that. John Oates of Daryl Hall in John Oates is 74 years old. Jackie Chan turned 68. One of my favorite actors, Russell Crowe, is 58 years old. And everybody's got a favorite
Gladiator?
Russell Crowe movie. Is in Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact.
He was great in that.
Might be a couple of other people who got birthdays that you might know. Jeff Bezos' ex.
Oh, yeah.
Mackenzie is celebrating 52 years by burning $100 bills and blowing them out. How you do it when you got that kind of money.
Easy.
You're looking for something to celebrate here, 5 away from the top of the hour. It's World Health Organization Day. I will never celebrate World Health Organization
Wait, the WHO?
Day. Yeah, those guys.
Oh, man.
Between them and the CDC and the pass that they gave China on Wuhan, yeah, we want to celebrate those guys at the WHO. It's Public Television Day. I'm not sure why. I know there's a lot of people. It's public TV. You gotta love public TV.
The Reading Rainbow.
Hey, you guys got money. You didn't have to get advertisers for. Yeah, okay. Well, it's because of the quality of the programming that you'll find in public television and public radio. All right, whatever. Coffee Cake Day. It's Metric System Day. And if I had a pound of marijuana, Real Joe, how many grams would that be?
Oh, a lot, right?
Ask the guys over at Customs.
lot.
How many pounds of meth have we found in the mail over the last few days, and how much of that translates into grams and ounces?
Can we shout out James Atkins? It's his birthday today.
We were talking
Happy
about
birthday.
So I was talking about meth, and you want to say happy birthday to Jim
Happy
Atkins.
birthday to James Atkins.
The senior or junior?
The junior.
The
junior
pilot.
one.
Son, the pilot.
That's my
He
bro.
is the
That's
pilot.
He's not on meth.
He's my pew pew bro. It is Burrito Day. I'm gonna get this out of the way in the most respectful and responsible way possible. It's Beaver Day.
Oh, nice.
Stop. We already know. All right, and finally, did I say Burrito Day already?
Burrito and Beaver Days.
And North Koreans invented that.
That's right.
Yes, they did.
It is. It's even in the front page of the Pacific Daily News.
Burrito
Vanessa,
Day?
No, it's National Beer Day.
Oh.
And they are recommending that
Thirsty Thursday?
no better way to celebrate than with Manhita, a collab brew from Guam's 3 breweries. And there's more on a story that will take you to
I
page
dare
23.
you to make us try.
Anytime, bro. Just come on by.
Manhita brew.
I did not have Manhita. I had a couple other things over at the Carabao over the last couple of days. But definitely supporting local and local beer. So if you want, give yourself permission today to have a beer. Maybe now. I mean, I don't know. It's, as they say, it's happy hour somewhere. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. So those are the kinds of things that we get to celebrate here today. I've got something else I'd like to celebrate after a couple of years, seriously now, of not being able to go and watch my daughter play any sport. Any sport whatsoever, because they haven't been doing them in a sport that she loves as much as she loves volleyball. Mayumi and her teammates in the AOLG Blue took to the beach volleyball court over at the GFA yesterday, and Mayumi knocked in the winning point.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, girl.
And so Norman Taruk.
6-pack.
Yeah. Oh, bang.
Is she in the paper? Did I miss it?
No, she's not in the paper.
Aw.
Norman Taruk was there and taking pictures, and I checked with Mindy, and
guys.
and Mindy said no, they got little baseball players on the back page today.
Do
so
they have
maybe
those cute little beach volleyball outfits?
not everybody has the cute,
Okay.
because I think because it's academy, I don't think they're doing butt huggers.
Okay.
Because Jesus.
Yeah, like
you
they do
know
in
the
Olympics.
well, the reason
yeah.
why they do that is because it allows them freedom to move.
In the
Yeah.
the sand is a little bit more difficult, but it was nice to be able to go out there and watch her. And like I said, knocked in the winning point for the team. And so AOLG
Awesome.
Blue goes into to the next round of games.
So
in the
you all
next
went to
couple of days.
Shakey's after?
Yeah, we went to
Yeah?
Shakey's and
I
had
knew it.
had Mojo potatoes and fried chicken,
beer?
Yeah, and light beer, because that's all they had was light beer, but you could get it in a big thing like a tankard. Oh my God, there's a great memory. I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes sitting in a warm bath of nostalgia thinking about the guy that played the banjo, and before we had karaoke, there was singing along with the dot, follow the dot in the song. Like none of us knew Old MacDonald. Like it was a surprise every time that it was time to change up the lyrics of the song. 6:58 and change, and there might be a couple other things that make its way into my mindset as we make our way into the Thursday version of the Ray Gibson Show. Lots going on on today, and lots to talk about given to us by a variety of opportunities to get with the governor yesterday and members of the journalistic community. And then we've got a picture of Governor Lou, and yeah, I guess she is using those surprised eyes here when they asked her about the resolution. Yeah, I might be growling about that for most of the rest of the day. Therese Terlai on the radio with us yesterday, and so I will remind you that today is an opportunity for you to go and give your comments at the legislature. I think it's 1 o'clock this afternoon on the liquid fuels taxes. There's not a whole lot that the legislature believes that they can do about rising prices, cost of oil, and that kind of thing. But there is something that they can do about the liquid fuels tax. So she is proposing repealing, eliminating some of those liquid fuels taxes. Naturally, there's going to be opposition from the government, and in a show of openness and bipartisanship, I'm inviting Les Carlson to call in a little bit later on to see if he can give me his thoughts on what would happen to the government of Guam, how badly it would destabilize things if all of a sudden they weren't making 15 cents a gallon. It's 6:59. Stand by now for Fox News Live, emanating from the speakers that are tuned to 93.3 The Point.
Hands. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Today, I'm announcing a series of new strategies that will be added on to Operation Lone Star to curtail the flow of drug cartel smuggling and migrants and drugs.
Governor Greg Abbott says that includes enhanced vehicle inspections and nighttime lighting in areas known for smuggling. The state will also send charter buses to take migrants to Washington, D.C. from Texas towns that Abbott says are being overwhelmed by migrants released by the federal government. This is the southern border braces for a possible new surge as the pandemic-era rule that turns away asylum seekers ends. White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki reiterating that lifting Title 42 is the CDC's decision, and she says they're surging Homeland Security resources.
And we will continue to take additional steps to implement and make clear that this is not the time to come.
Though that message has failed to stop an existing surge at the southern border. The White House just confirming that President Biden tested negative for COVID on Monday, but Vice President Harris's communications director tested positive today. Harris is considered a close contact, but plans to keep her public schedule while following CDC guidance. Earlier today, Attorney General Merrick Garland tested positive. The Commerce Secretary has also tested positive for COVID. A new round of punishments for Russia, with the U.S. and allies imposing new sanctions. The U.S. targeting people closer to President Putin, including his two daughters, family members of Russia's foreign minister, and the justice minister.
With our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation.
President Biden again describing what's happening in Ukraine as war crimes. The Justice Department says it stopped a Russian military agency from launching cyber attacks with a global botnet. America is listening to Fox News.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic, helped us keep the attendance in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Police in California crediting help from the public for much more information about Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento.
In a statement, Sacramento police say at least 5 shooters fired their guns and that it was an exchange of gunfire between two groups, that sadly this was gang-related. 6 people were killed, 12 were injured. Police say more than 200 pictures, videos, and other pieces of evidence were being evaluated. So far, 3 people have been arrested in connection to the shooting, but none has been charged with actually opening fire. Among those arrested, Smiley Martin, who'd been released recently, even though he'd been convicted in 2018 and was supposed to serve a 10-year sentence for domestic violence and assault. A year ago, the Sacramento County DA warned against releasing him, saying he had little regard for human life. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
President Biden says America is stronger than a year ago, but we're still recovering from the pandemic's economic disruption, formally announcing the third extension of a pause on federal student loan payments. The moratorium was set to end next month. Instead, it continues through August. The things we kept hearing about during the pandemic really were popular. Google says Tiger King on Netflix was the top trending TV show in 2020. Worldwide.
The tech company detailing searches which spiked at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. Contagion, the U.S.'s top trending movie in March of 2020, with reps seeing a surge of searches for movies about epidemics. Searches for virtual happy hour and virtual game night began trending. Searches which reached all-time highs in March of 2020 include shelter in place, toilet paper, with quarantine cocktails and restaurants open for takeout becoming breakout searches. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
A sell-off on Wall Street as the Fed signals bigger interest rate hikes may be needed to fight inflation more aggressively. The Dow down 144, the NASDAQ losing 315. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Just in time for Lent, it's our delicious BK Big Fish Sandwich. 100% white Alaskan pollock, breaded with crispy panko, topped with sweet tartar sauce, tangy pickles on top of a warm toasted brioche bun. Also available, our Impossible Whopper, 100% Whopper, 0% beef. Enjoy your Lenten season with French fries and a refreshing brewed, sweet, or unsweetened tea. We're ready to serve you this Lenten season, now available at BK Hagåtña, Tumon Bay, Micronesia Mall, and at the airport. BK your way.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. A new Office of Infrastructure being created by the administration, giving that new division $950,000, which is going to be taken from the ARP money. The Post reports the Office of Infrastructure Policy and Direction will be headed by Tyrone Titano. Titano is the current director of BSP, Bureau of Statistics and Plans. And the BSB director, the new one at least, will be named soon. Governor Lulian Guerrero slashed $22 million from her American Rescue Plan Act funding initially set aside for the new hospital, while also giving $11.7 million more to GMH. It includes an additional $1.7 million for GMH's nurses' pay. The governor also set aside $12 million for the expanded program in Salapi in order to give qualified individuals gas money. The Post breaks down the ARP spending further from the monthly reporting of the ARP funding allocations. Excuse me. The legislature will be going back into session on the 14th of April where they will be addressing the resolution that will lift the governor's public health emergency. But the governor says she was surprised to learn of the legislature's plans to vote on that measure. The governor quoted in the Post saying none of the sponsors notified her, giving her the courtesy. And had they approached her, she would have given them an education on the consequences. Nonetheless, the legislature is scheduled to go into session. It was continued until April 14th, where they will go back and discuss the matter. Senator Chris Duenas did say that he intends on calling the committee of the whole, which will give the administration a chance to chime in on that resolution. And the island's now been declared as a low-level risk. And if we are able to maintain that status, the island could lift the mask mandate, at least for outdoors. The governor signed an executive order which started the time clock for the 14-day timeline. If we are again able to maintain that low-level risk, then at the stroke of midnight on April 19th, that mask mandate for outdoors will be lifted. The restriction would not lift the mandate for indoor public settings. The governor also declared that the public health emergency will remain active. Well, more news right after this.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
A swearing-in ceremony was held yesterday, officially welcoming the Department of Corrections Deputy and Director. Bob Camacho was tapped to take over from Joe Carbolito, who returned to the Guam Police Department. Following that, Frank Leon Guerrero was also sworn in as deputy of the Department of Corrections. And the director of the Democratic Party has pleaded not guilty to charges of DUI following his arrest last month. Chirag Burjwani was allegedly driving while impaired and transporting an open container of alcohol. He appeared in court yesterday and pleaded not guilty. He also waived his rights to a speedy trial. Now, the case was assigned to Judge Vern Perez, who will set his next court date. Burjwani is also the Director of Policy and Communications for the Vice Speaker of the Legislature, Tina Munoz-Barnes. He was placed on leave following his arrest. However, the Vice Speaker did confirm that he's been allowed to return to work. However, that return to work is on certain conditions that were set by the Vice Speaker. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Okay, I'll get it. Mostly sunny skies today. Daytime highs 88 degrees. With the heat index, it will feel like 96 degrees. Hot, but not as hot as Manila, baby. We were talking about that yesterday. Heat index up in the hundreds. Breezy conditions today up to 29 miles an hour. Otherwise, easterly winds blowing 16 to 22 miles an hour when it's not breezy. Partly cloudy in the forecast tonight. East winds up to 21 miles an hour. Still breezy, gusting as high as 28. We'll see about the same thing over the next couple of days as well. Mostly sunny skies in the forecast for tomorrow. Partly sunny, partly cloudy by tomorrow night. And we'll keep an eye on the weather. See if I can get you an update on this to give you an idea of when ugly weather is supposed to be coming in. I mean, not like dangerous, like the house is going to blow away. We might see gusts as high as 30 miles an hour. Yeah, 29 tomorrow, but 30 miles an hour. Right? Yeah, poor banana trees and the Fedrin banana there. We got sunrise this morning was at 6:13. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:33. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
My family and I trust the FHP Health Center because of our connection with the healthcare providers. The services are mostly under one roof, enabling a one-stop for all of my family's medical, urgent care, imaging, dental, vision, laboratory, and pharmacy needs. My family and I trust FHP Health Center. You can too. FHP accepts most insurance plans, TRICARE, Medicare, Medicaid, and self-pay patients. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1, or takecareasia.com. FHP Health Center, our island, your clinic.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. For others but branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
What have I got? 7:12 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by the team over at APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. They're cooking up a great breakfast for you. They've got that new chicken hot honey sandwich that we talk about from time to time. I might even be able to get my hands on the actual script so I don't have to ad-lib the thing. I could if I absolutely had to. You'll find the new hot honey chicken biscuit serving it up with breakfast chicken filet drizzled with hot honey sauce, and they serve that on a warm, fluffy buttermilk breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new hot honey chicken biscuit for breakfast only at Wendy's. We gotcha.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
7:13. I was touting Low-key bragging about my volleyball playing daughter, Academy of Our Lady of Guam Blue. Way to go. And my friend Renee sends in a note from KUAM-TV. FD Santa Barbara students take top honors in the DYA oratorical contest. Father Duenas Memorial School student Kiran To won the contest for high schoolers. Middle school winner was Santa Barbara school student Gabby Tesoro. To and Tesoro will participate in a virtual proclamation signing to declare the month of April as Youth Month, along with the governor and lieutenant governor. To will become the youth governor, and Tesoro will be the youth lieutenant governor on Island Leadership Day on April the 7th. Hey, that's today.
Oh, I already don't like their policies, Rick. I'm sorry, man.
Hey, Mr. To, Mr. To, do me a favor. While you're the governor, lift the emergency. Lift the public health emergency. It's done. I'm the governor for the day. It said it's Youth Month. I won the contest. I'm the governor, and so that's the way it is. I got to do shouts to Mr. To, to Kiran To, and the family. He is the COO Doreen Cano's son, and you might know her from Goodwin Development and some of the other outfits they have. So way to go, and way to go, Father Duane. It's the class of 2000. I'm assuming 2022, and you get a nod from the class of 1980. That's me. That's me and my guys. 7:15 in the morning. A couple of things came in while we were in between newscasts, etc. One of them was a message from the Point contact form. Yeah, you can reach in and touch us through the World Wide Web at thepoint.gu. Johnny Morris says, "Hey, brother." Oh, yeah. That's always.
Here we go, man.
It didn't start off with "look here."
Yeah?
Yeah, it says, "Hey, brother, I have an issue with you guys on radio and TV saying the word federal funds. It would be a lot more honest to say taxpayer fund, because we both know the federal government doesn't have their own funds to fund the money that they print, we pay for." Don't disagree. I don't disagree. But the reason why a big deal is being made out of federal funds, and you'll mostly hear that in the commercials from Congressman Mike Sinnicolas, is Mike Sinnicolas wants to make it clear that all of the money that is floating around in all of these different programs are coming from federal funds, and the largesse of the American taxpayer, maybe the ones that haven't even been born yet, but they are coming from there. He doesn't want people to be confused and thinking that the people over at Adelup are staying up all night trying to figure out where they're going to find money from in the government of Guam and from the taxes that we've got to be able to support all of these massive programs. So despite the fact that we've got big pictures of the governor and lieutenant governor and virtually all of these different newspaper ads and TV ads, it's not really their money. They're just administering the money that comes from Uncle Fed. So that's why we do that. Also got a piece of audio from the meme machine, which is one of the reasons why we got this. It's a way to get your thoughts on the air. Either send us the videos or send us audio, just like you would if you're like driving around or something like that. So here's a piece of audio that we got with regard to the story on the front page of today's PDN. The governor expresses surprise about the resolution. None of the sponsors have notified me and given me the courtesy, and I think respect to let her know that there was a resolution over at the legislature, to which at least one point listener said,
"Sorry, Ray, I can't message because I'm driving, but I just find it interesting that the governor is saying that the sponsors of Resolution 291-36 did not give her the courtesy or respect to inform her about the resolution. If she had known, she would have gone down there and educate them. Well, wasn't that what Bill 11 was for? For her to go down and quote unquote educate the legislature of the reasons for the PHE? Just a thought." And then she vetoed it, so.
Gotcha. Appreciate that. Yeah, we take audio. We can do that with the meme machine, 797-8255, if you want to be doing all of that stuff. 7:17 in the morning. We'd normally go and take a look at what's going on in the markets. We'll eventually get some of those figures out. But I did want to spend a little bit of time talking about something that is at the edge of the news, but could have an impact on us here in the fringes of commerce, of American commerce. And that is basically the shutdown and lockdown of Shanghai. Now, I've been to Shanghai, bustling city, 25 million people. You know how we've got a Tumon they've got like 5, and they've got all these high-end stores, and just all kinds of stuff. A city of the future, if you ask me. And I cannot imagine the fact that it is not a teeming population on the streets and above ground right now. Everybody locked down, and that includes a big chunk of commerce out there. How is that going to impact us? From APL, Charlie Hermosa on the line. Good morning, Charlie.
Hey, good morning, Ray. How are you?
I'm not bad. Sorry, I missed an opportunity to lunch with you and my pilot buddy at the restaurant yesterday.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
All right. Nice. Ricardo is Ricardo's the guy that we talk about from he's a Filipino pilot, comes to Guam every once in a while, and found it to be appropriate for a pilot to get together with a drone guy and talk about the future of aviation. But let's go to the present right now and talk about what's happening in Shanghai. Now, one of the things I noticed looking at a map of Shanghai when I was there is they got big ports out there. They got huge shipping ports in Shanghai. If the city is locked down, what does that mean for exports out of that part of the country?
Yeah, so Ray, to be honest, we're actually starting to feel the pinch on our end. There's a couple of things. Besides the port, they also have some shipyards there as well. So we were actually scheduled to have some of our ships go in and get some maintenance. Our international ships, we were not able to get in. We're starting to see a little bit of lag of ships being able to get in and out of the terminals. Mm-hmm. So I do believe it's going to present a problem. Within the next couple of days, we would actually see exactly what that longevity of that problem is going to be. But you're right. We're starting to feel the pinch. Folks are not, the manpower to be able to work the equipment out there is not there. So. Yeah, it's a big issue right now.
Well, depending on who you talk to, I mean, there's some media that are saying the supply chains are in chaos. The Shanghai lockdown has been extended indefinitely, and who knows when that can's going to be able to get off the port onto a ship and into the Pacific Ocean. Then you've got China Daily that is saying, you can imagine, government state-run media says operations are normal at the Shanghai port. We're trying to reassure everybody that the ships are sailing and the containers are getting loaded and everybody's working. So the truth is what's happening in the bottom line. And as you say, APL, other shippers in the area are beginning to feel a little bit of the pinch. So expects for some delays or missed shipments, period, leaving Shanghai towards the west coast of the United States.
That's the way we're seeing it, right? Especially with the movement, probably the biggest issue is the movement and the quickness of getting the ships in and out. So obviously schedules are driven behind that. Obviously they're finished goods, so goods getting back to the West Coast. So, that's one of the things that we're monitoring this week to see exactly what that impacts. But we've started to see a little bit of a delay in ships getting in and out. So we're trying to see exactly what that impact's gonna be. And obviously what you said with China and obviously Russia and China kind of putting a little bit more of a dent into the supply chain. I think everybody was really pushing hard to look at the first quarter, second quarter of 2022 as the quarters where everything will be put back into place, supply chain getting a little bit smoother. But unfortunately, I think things are getting a little bit rougher. I think especially with the situations with Russia and obviously with the lockdowns that are happening with China. So very unexpected. I think that's something that we need to keep on the radar as far as, countries such as China still having the ability to shut down major cities, major ports. So we just need to be able to understand and ensure that that's still going to happen. That could, that should
factor in delays on all kinds of stuff, finished goods and raw materials. Getting this from my partner Richard says Ningbo is their Long Beach that's shut down. Alternatives are Tianjin, etc., near Beijing. But you can't just send a ship over to Beijing and expect that it's going to be loaded up with the same stuff that was coming out of Shanghai port. I mean, you still got to do the ground shipments, right?
Right. But exactly. That's 100% true. Right. You got to be able to move the containers that are full, move them down, reposition a lot of equipment. So it's a lot easier said than done, but it can happen. It's done it. We've done it in the past. But those situations, it's like ways, right? When you finally find like there's an alternative route, like everybody knows about it. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So everybody, you're just going to get at the end of the line of all of the divert trucks that are making their way to Tianjin in order to try to get their stuff on ships inbound for the United States. Just adding to the misery, I think, and that many people may be experiencing. And you think about now what the options are going to be for American manufacturers that had offshored all of their manufacturing and taking care of lower wages and access, closer access to materials, raw materials in China. How many of them do you suppose are going to reshore back in the United States? And then what's the ripple effect going to be on transshipment from China to the U.S.?
Yeah, no, so that's a huge.
You remember that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why for a while there was only one carrier here, was because the other guys were having a hard time making ends meet because there was so many businesses that were reshoring in the United States.
No, absolutely, and I think that's one of the things that we've seen a shift already. I mean, just globally, with companies trying to, the new term for a lot of their supply chain folks was sustainability. Internal to their, how do we sustain ourselves without having to depend on one specific, either factory, country, because situations are going to happen, right? So we've seen a shift, but that's, it's still a little ways before that's going to happen. So I think right now the issue at hand as well is that the demand hasn't gone down, right? So consumers are still buying. If the world was to take a pause for 1 month and not order and get everything back into line, I think that would help. But the demand's still there, right? I mean, we're still moving containers and containers full of toilet paper, and so that's never going to end, right? I mean, it's like.
I actually read that somewhere where that's actually part of the recovery plan is for Americans to keep your wallet in your pocket for a little bit longer and give these guys, whether it's the manufacturers, the shippers, the wholesalers, and the retailers, whoever it is, give them an opportunity to get their inventories back up where they belong. 7:25, Charlie. I appreciate the time. I got to run. Next time we talk, we'll discuss the impact now of the unpredictable price of oil and how that's impacting the shipping business.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ray.
Always fun talking with you. 888-825-5888-TAA. Interesting factoid, their toilets don't have P-traps in them, so infection rates in high-rises are super high. And you know what the trap is for, don't you? It's to keep a water barrier between what goes in and what comes out. So imagine it might be an unpleasant smell from time to time as well. 7:26 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio. Just very quickly here, we'll take a look at West Texas numbers. $96.97 for a barrel of West Texas crude, under $100, and hopefully it's in my mind kind of a big bite down. It's about $3 less than what it was trading for yesterday. So hopefully that will be a trend that continues, and we won't necessarily see spikes. Opposite is happening with Tapis crude. Unfortunately, the $110 yesterday, now $112.92, almost $113 for a barrel of Tapis crude. Hopefully that doesn't have an immediate impact on what's happening with gas prices here on Guam, because I think there's some people that I know that probably have to get a fill-up soon.
But why?
Why?
Why is it going down
China
on one side and going up on the other?
Because Obama was in the White House yesterday. Didn't you see the video?
I did. It was horrendous.
It was.
Can you believe that?
Well, so Obama's back in the White House and it was complaining because he had to wear a tie. He says, I really wear a tie. And what would I have to wear a tie?
No, but it wasn't what Obama was doing. It's about Biden.
Oh, the shaky Joe Biden? Yeah, I played some of that.
You played some of that with Biden trying to get into the conversation, and Obama just ignoring him.
Everybody ignoring him.
I mean, it was horrible.
This guy's doing one of these things like nobody wants to talk to me. I'm sorry, I'm the president of the United States. But didn't Obama refer to him as the vice president in a joking way?
But they're fixing to get rid of the guy.
Is it how? Okay, how? How are they going to do that? I mean,
what do you think?
Article 25?
Is it 25 or 20? Is it 25, 27?
What's Bob say? What did Bob say?
Yeah.
It's one of those
things.
Yeah,
it's up in the 20s.
Yeah. File 13 and
25, 20, 30, whatever it takes.
Could be.
So they're going to do that.
Basically, it just takes what? Isn't that just a simple vote?
But then who gets to be the president of the United States? Is it a foregone conclusion that it's going to be?
Well, yeah, it is.
Oh, God.
That's the order. And who's vice president then?
Nancy Pelosi.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? Harris and Pelosi?
Votes count. Votes
boy.
count. 728. Jerry
And
Robertson.
Schumer is then, he's third in line, right? Up until January, when it all changes.
None of this is good news. None of what you're saying here is good news.
Well, wait, think about this, though.
Okay.
Because you've got Pelosi and Schumer in 3 and 4 slot, right? Okay, and Harris, if they bounce Biden and they put Harris in as president and Pelosi as vice president and Schumer is waiting in the wings, in January, when Congress flips, then you've got a Republican Speaker of the House
as the vice president.
As the vice president in the White House. Would that be interesting?
Civil War. I can see it now.
I mean, this.
Well, you had sent me a thing, and I promise I'm going to take a look at it. But it echoes something that I was getting ready to read yesterday. We'll get to the extra point here after we take care of news and headlines. But one of the things that they are talking about now is a further divergence in now pop culture. We're going to see this happening in pop culture after Disney decided that the hill they are going to die on, which is I think the dog whistle noise that we're all talking about with regards to Disney over the "Don't Say Gay" now law in Florida. That's the hill they want to die on. After that, now there are all kinds of companies that are saying, well, we don't think that jives with the other values of the other part of the United States of America. We will create our own entertainment system, our own entertainment platforms with wholesome kid shows, or we're not talking about over-sexualizing children or the word that is often used these days, grooming them for far too much information, far too young in the world of sexuality.
Well, that's one thing. But the other thing that I sent you was about the separation now into red and blue states, and the fact that we're all becoming very used to this. And it's going more and more in that direction where we're becoming two very different and separate countries, the red and the blue.
All you got to look is how the votes went down in the last election. We've got the enclaves of blue on either side of the United States of America, and then you've got the flyover states and the red states where we like to think that this is everything that they do is normal.
And then you got people shifting. The largest shifts in history in America are happening now. And then you've got, when you look at the state legislatures, of the 50 state legislatures, the Republicans right now control 30 of them. Democrats control 20.
Yep.
So, but you take a look at New York and California, and that gives you a totally different picture if you take a look at the number of votes, popular votes. So how do you separate it? Somebody once took I think in the Atlantic or something, they took a run at this thing and said, if America were ever to split, it wasn't the Atlantic, it was something else. But where would the split take? People in California, the liberals are saying, yeah, you go ahead. We get to keep all of California, which we get to keep all of tech and all of that. Not necessarily
If they stay, private businesses aren't under any obligation to stick around. No, they're not.
So, I mean, you take a look at how, if America were to separate into two, blue America and red America, and separate, how do you divide the assets? That would be unbelievable.
Smarter men than you and I would have to redraft an entire map of what I would refer to as the United States of America, the red United States of America, and the name for everything else will be New Canada. It would be the New Canada, all the northeastern blue states up around there, that little cluster that they've got. We'll just fold that into Nova Scotia and Quebec, and then California. We just make from everything from Seattle on up to Victoria. Victoria would just extend out of New Mexico. Know what I mean?
Just insane.
Yeah. Well,
stuff.
These are insane times. Absolutely. Yeah. It's 7:32. Jerry Roberts will give you the extra point in a second. Montecillo Tyrant is going to go first with big news and headlines. This one here being brought to you by our friends over at Hoffa Realty. And go and find Auntie Loli out there and let her help you make all of your dreams come true. Now, today, BK. I don't know, it says April 8th, but today's Thursday. And I think we're getting these new Whoppers in a little bit later on. BK celebrating 33 years. They have new Whopper melts. Only going to be here for a limited time, so be on the lookout. Try to get that in the drive-thru here this morning. It's 7:32 and time for news and headlines with Montecillo Tyrant. Hoffamana, what happened?
Well, there's a new Office of Infrastructure being created by the administration. This one will be the Office of Infrastructure Policy and Direction, which will be headed by Tyrone Titano, the governor has allocated $950 or $50,000 from the ARP funds to get that office going. Meanwhile, the legislature will be going back into session on the 14th of April. Well, they're going to address that resolution by Senator Chris Duenas that could possibly lift the governor's public health emergency. But the governor yesterday, in an interview with the Post, said that she was actually surprised to hear that the legislature was moving forward with that vote. She said that had they approached her, she would have schooled them on the consequences of passing that resolution. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Boy, getting all kinds of crazy stuff here. Brother Renee writing, my sister Connie lives in Shanghai and is a teacher at the Shanghai American School. They are in a total lockdown, and it's bad. She told me she had to go through 13 tests in 1 month alone.
Wow.
Because of the regime that they've got out there. Absolutely crazy what we're talking about. Lockdown. Can you imagine 25 million people that are stuck indoors now as a result of their no COVID policies?
But you can just tell them, no, I'd rather not have the test, right?
Oh, sure. Oh, absolutely. Where there are people being allowed to walk around, there are folks, I got video of this yesterday, there are folks that are stopping you. You can't go. They have these checkpoints where they look at your phones. They want to see what you're looking at, what you've been sending and receiving on your phones. And if they don't like what they see, then they put you in a van, and maybe you get seen again. Maybe you're making shoes for Nike.
That's the Australian model, right?
It's scary.
Same thing, right?
7:34 in the morning. Jerry Roberts has got the extra point, and we'll take a listen to that being brought to you by our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank. Here.
Last year, we all learned a new term, one that sends chills up and down the spine of managers and human resource directors. The Great Resignation. People were quitting their jobs and leaving the corporate world behind. Not just thousands, millions. Well, today we get closer to the data on this, plus what folks in management need to be thinking about. That's coming next on The Extra Point.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
It's hard to get exact numbers on how many people have left jobs in the past month. Some say 4.5 million. I've heard as high as 7 million. Any way you look at it. It's a lot of vacant positions, and there are a lot of managers sweating out the process of finding replacements. To start today, let's look at some of the data associated with the Great Resignation and then try to figure out its true impact. We may not know the actual numbers of people who have resigned, but the reasons for leaving have become clear. Pew Research Center, which bills itself as a nonpartisan think tank in Washington, D.C., lists pay dissatisfaction as a principal reason. 63% of people indicated that. This answer is not complete unless you add what workers here are really saying, that the pay is not equivalent to the value they think they are delivering to the organization. So where's the friction? It's your perspective that you're compensating the worker fairly for what he or she is doing for you, while they say their value is higher. It's simply a difference of opinion. Now, in your organization, if you had someone who is a good producer and such a disagreement took place, would this be worth sitting down and looking at the facts to figure out whose vision might be just a little bit blurred? Well, I think so. So it leads me to believe that too few of these discussions have been taking place. The second item listed in the Pew study, also in at 63% of respondents, is that workers had a strong belief that their opportunities for advancement were limited. Now, why would that be? Is it possible that these workers didn't have a personal advancement and growth plan designed for them? Far too many managers fill a position with no thought to where this talent might be in 2 years or 5 years. All they're thinking about is they hired for the current opening. End of conversation. Now, do you think that's all the person who is being hired is thinking about? No. So what if you showed them proof of employees just like them who came in, performed well, and received promotions, training, and had a personalized growth plan? Could that change how they see that new job? The same survey show that 57% of those who left their job did so because they felt disrespected by their boss. And the sad truth is that too few employers invest in the proper training of managers. Many times, it's done as a last resort after they have tried everything else. Now, when they do provide this training, they don't hold people accountable to use what they've learned. That's the problem much of the time. And you've heard this a million times. People don't leave companies, they leave managers. To be fair, if you're in business long enough, you're going to lose good people, even if you pay them what they want and give them chances to grow and treat them like royalty. That said, you need to know why they leave and what to do to avoid losing many more of them. So what can you do? We'll see if we can rustle up a couple of ideas tomorrow to make sure that you participate less in the great resignation. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
All right, can I express a degree of frustration here?
You may.
I don't think I'm reading enough these days.
I'm sorry.
I get my magazines, I get, business journals and things like that, and I go through those on a regular basis. But when it comes to nonfiction, fictional stuff, and inspirational books and things like that, I buy them and then they sit on the nightstand forever, and I don't actually do anything with that. So that's the frustration that I've got with myself. I'm worried that I'm not getting enough actual reading for entertainment.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But I can offer you. Oh,
help
no.
me. Help me.
No, you're going into something else there.
No.
Do you want a solution for that?
Well, what works for you?
Take it away from the nightstand and put it in the bathroom.
Hey, that's where the Wordle goes on. There's Wordling in the bathroom.
Take the Wordle and put it on the nightstand.
Okay. So invest in a bookshelf in the John. The original seat of learning, they say.
You can listen while you sleep. Audiobooks.
You know what? I like the audiobooks. I generally will do an audiobook if I'm ironing or doing something that doesn't require a whole lot of other thought. There's a couple of guys that have put together how they are doing it. And there's a guy, Chris Anson of Massachusetts. I have a goal to read my age in books every year, slowly turning up the dial. I'm on track to well exceed my goal of 37 by my next birthday. That'd be tricky for me considering that I will be 60 this year and then might be able to digest an entire book in 1 year. One guy writes, I'm 65. I started a list of 100 books to read before you die. About a year ago, I got the idea from the Equalizer movie. I'm on book 81. See, here's the scary thing: is what happens when you get to the 100th book? Do you die then? Is the self-fulfilling prophecy out there?
No reason to live longer.
Make your last book the Bible.
Well, we are in the season of rebirth.
Yes.
Yes. You can live again.
There's
rise from the dead.
It's feeling a little bit religious here this morning. It's filled with a degree of spirituality. That's a good place to end the conversation. What happened?
I'm giving you hope.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Living in denial here. That's what's going on. 7:41 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. That's Sherry Roberts and the Extra Point. Montecillo Tyron with news and headlines. And we are going to take a vast break here and come back and talk about what's going on in the roadways. Be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Is it traffic time? Let me get this off the screen and get this on the screen so we can see what's happening on your roadways. 888-8255-888-TALK. If you see something that people need to know about, now I'm looking at the north end of town. Not a whole lot at Anderson Air Force Base. Entire Gigo and Dededo is emptying into Dededo right now from about where the Woostig Road is and the Crown Bakery southbound to Waisangsong. We've got traffic at the intersection of 1 and 3. Not a whole lot right there because everybody, frankly, is stuck on Route 3. Looks like we might have an accident just before you get to, well, no, maybe it's just ugly traffic. I don't know what's slowing everybody down because I'm not seeing a whole lot on Marine Corps Drive once you get past there. Into the Micronesia Mall, smooth sailing through there. Maybe a little bit of intersection traffic as you make your way towards 8, 10, and 16. Just in front of Barragata Heights. Now, this looks like an accident. If you're looking at the video screen here today, you can see traffic north and southbound right in front of the Department of Revenue and Taxation. I don't think they're handing out any refunds out there. I think maybe there might have been somebody that messed up a U-turn or took the wrong way in. Expect some delays as you're making your way through there. That is going to mean that the traffic at 8, 10, and 16 should be looking smooth, but it doesn't. The other cars beat you to it, so expect some delays at that intersection as well. Getting into the downtown Agutnia area, you'll see some intersection traffic down there, and, of course, Big Navy in Sumai. So busy day on the roadway. Keep your eyes on the wheel. Put the phone down. Put the phone down. You don't need it unless you're trying to turn on the app for the radio station.
Yeah.
In which case, go ahead. Fiddle with the phone all you want. It's 7:44. I'll be right back.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Hey, what did the grilled cheese sandwich say to their date?
What'd they say?
You make me melt.
Oh, so cheesy.
But not as cheesy as Subway's latest Eat Fresh Refresh menu innovation. The new Fresh Melts with 3 times the cheese. Fresh Melts are the cheese lovers' holy grail. Fresh Melts combine freshly baked breads and your favorite meats topped with a triple load of cheese. All grilled to warm, toasty perfection. Try the ham and cheese melt, tuna melt, or steak and cheese melt to start. Best of all, you can make any footlong into a fresh melt. At Subway, eat fresh.
Mean Machine online, 797-8255 is the Mean Machine. You got some visuals, maybe some audio, like our friend Maria sent up. That'd be all right. 888-8255. You just want to talk on the radio about all kinds of stuff, and I've got all kinds of stuff in front of me. I'm waiting on Les Carlson to chime in. You might have heard me mention today, 1 o'clock or so. There's going to be a public hearing at the legislature, and one of the things that they want to do in this public hearing is to eliminate the liquid fuels taxes that the people have got to pay for every time you get into a gas station. You put some gasoline in the car. Every gallon there's 15 cents added to every gallon of gasoline. Now, it is possible that they could eliminate that 15-cent liquid fuels tax today, but then there'll be another increase in the fuel tomorrow that wipes it out. Is like living with inflation. Everybody that got minimum wage increases knows that those increases have been wiped out by the increasing cost of goods and just the cost of living that we've got. So what is it that we are going to be able to do about all of that? It's just one of the things that they feel they can control over at the legislature. So 2 measures, one of them 260 and one is 261 at 1:30 this afternoon. There'll be a public hearing. Now, it's an in-person public hearing. You're more than welcome to go by there and give your thoughts on repealing PL 3444, which increased the liquid fuels tax by 4 cents. That came out in 2017. Then there's 261-36, which is going to repeal the whole enchilada, would eliminate the liquid fuels tax altogether, and it said 15 cents a gallon. Now, obviously, this is going to have an impact on the Treasury and the government of Guam because the government of Guam uses that liquid fuels tax money to repair roads, among other things. I think there's some of that dough that takes care of managing the lights, keeping the lights on over at Government House, and some of the activities that go on at the University of Guam, I believe, are funded by that as well. With details, is that Les Carlson on the phone? Lester Carlson from BBMR. Alpha Les.
Good morning, Ray.
Hey, bro. Are you, how come they put Tyrone over at the new office, the Office of Infrastructure, Policy, and Direction? How come you didn't get that job?
Oh, so he can have the job. That's fine.
He can have it. What, can you send me? Can you if the job description is floating around? Can you let me see it? Because I'm dying to know what this new office is going to be doing. Because we already got infrastructure and policy and direction. So are you going to get his job over at Stats and Plans?
Actually, that job's already filled. I'm very content with where I'm at, Ray. Honestly, the position that Tyrone is going to be, occupying very shortly, he needs to coordinate with all the recipients of the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. So it is managing all the federal funds for the different agencies, EPA, Public Works, Energy Office, OTEC with the broadband component. Once we get the legislation changed to be able to be included in that pot of money, but it is a yeoman's task that he has in front of him. So I mean, more power to him. I guess. The real reason why we're calling, like I said, going to be some hearing today at the legislature on the elimination of gas taxes, and the consumers of liquid fuels here on Guam may applaud that, but there is a risk to the Treasury and the government of Guam. I don't know exactly how much money is derived from that and what it is used for, and if the legislature is successful, what exactly is going to be happening with those funds. Well, thanks, Ray. I really appreciate the opportunity to provide some comments. Look, it's their comments. The bill specifically starts. Both bills, actually start up speaking about gasoline, and what it then transitions into doing, acknowledging that the funds are used for the maintenance and construction of highways and roadways. As you know, the village streets, because this is money for village street repair primarily. Routed roads generally are taken care of with an incredible amount of federal dollars that I don't think are in jeopardy. In fact, we had them before. Our big problem on main road construction is finding the contractors to do the work. You talk to and you and I have talked to Vince Ariola about this in times past, where they say, yeah, we put out the bids, but all the construction companies are busy on base. So we've got the money, we've got the plans, but that's for the routed roads. Secondary roads, tertiary roads, village roads, as you point out, those are generally funded with money that comes from the liquid fuels tax. Correct. And we're doing paving down south, right? And we're also doing paving up north right now. So, we are currently improving roadways at the village level. And that's, funded from the liquid fuels tax. A couple of things. So both bills start out talking about the pain at the pump, essentially gasoline. But then you have a situation where in the bill that eliminates the liquid fuel tax, we're also eliminating the tax on diesel. And I don't know how many people I run around with that have a diesel vehicle, and aviation fuel. The Post had an article yesterday citing that there was 5 airlines interested in some subsidies that are being considered for the return of flights and the increase of flights. I don't think that we envisioned a reduction in the price of aviation fuel as a fodder for them to come back, but inherently that's what we would be doing because we're reducing their operating costs, but that's not part of the negotiation on the table for resumption and increasing of flights, because normally you agree to an increased flight schedule and you have to adhere to it for 3 months, and then you get the subsidy. You don't get it up front. You have to earn it. All right. So are we talking about... But that sounds like it would be of a benefit to the airlines. They'd want to fly into Guam knowing that every time they filled up the 737 Dreamliner or whatever, that they'd get a break on their av fuel. Correct. But if you were negotiating rates and charges with a customer, and then there was this unintended perk that you didn't know about, that kind of reduces your negotiating ability. Well, I didn't realize that it was a factor in the conversations between GVB and the airlines. Well, that's what I mean. So are you saying we should subsidize them less?
Less?
I'm just saying we should be playing with a full deck. And if we had known what it was that we were doing, and the inclusion of a discount, we could have at least sweetened the pot, or we could have said, I don't know whether or not we should do that because we're already giving them a subsidy based upon existing charges.
Yeah. No, so, I hear what you're saying. I don't know how directly related they are, but let's move on to other funds or other funds that are enriched by this liquid fuels tax. Where else does the money go besides the repair, the occasional repair of the secondary and village roads?
Ray, there's more than occasional repairs, but in times past,
not at Mona's place. At Mona's place, there are more than occasional repairs because the GWA can't keep that pipe from bursting about every 12 feet. But you go through some of these village roads like the kind that I go around. There's potholes in them, and I don't know if you've seen Waiseng Song recently. But my point is, those repairs should be done with funds that come from the liquid fuels tax. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
So both bills contemplate the ability to fund continued road repair from American Rescue Plan money or the bipartisan infrastructure law. There's a caveat, Ray. We cannot use federal aid from COVID to backfill taxes that were already in place. So you can't say, okay, I'm going to reduce or eliminate the liquid fuel tax, and I'm going to use this money instead. It doesn't work that way. That's a no-no. We are prohibited from doing things like that. And the bills kind of say, these funds can be used.
Yeah.
But it's not really something that is eligible because we're cutting a tax.
It's arguable that we could find other things and other items that we can tax likewise to put into those village road repair funds, though, isn't it?
We
got $60 million surplus here, and I've been pushing to have that rebated to taxpayers like me and Mana and Joe.
So the conversation we're having is on the bills that are.
You caught me. All right, fine, busted. You busted me. I want to see if I could MacGyver my way into conversation about getting some of that $60 million surplus into my pocket. What do you say?
That's not what's contemplated here. So again, we're going to have to refine the measures and look at what is possible. Because Ray, let's go there for a second. Let's say we funded the fiscal year shortfall through the elimination of the liquid fuels tax in May. So we have 4 months left for the fiscal year. Mm-hmm. So there's going to be no taxes received. And so how do we fund the obligations that we already have for the remaining fiscal year? And God forbid, what happens in 2023, fiscal 2023, if our economy, gets into a funk again and we eliminated the tax, and we're not, we don't have that general fund cushion that, was stretched to be able to take care of this. So,
on the other hand, the economy might come back and rebound. Uncle Carl's in South Korea right now, courting all the different airlines out there and trying to make some deals to increase the flight capacity into Guam, the airlift capacity into Guam. So we can contemplate that next year is going to be a suck year, but next year, 2023, might be a real good year because the Republicans are going to take over the legislature, for heaven's sakes.
You threw that one in there, right?
Yeah, I did. I was going to say, and you'll be calling Mike St. Nicholas governor. I'm just throwing that out there, too, just because it's fun.
Don't get me wrong. I understand that there is a lot of pain, but I want to also make this point. If this thing does go through with the full elimination, and, we're talking about gas here, right? It's going to be a 15-cent per gallon reduction. Mm-hmm. Now, the legislation says that, pricing is out of our control, which is true. So if gas goes up to $7 a gallon, we're still only getting the 15 cents per gallon relief.
Correct.
If it goes up, I understand and I applaud the effort. I'm just not really, I think there needs to be some work that's done to actually make it beneficial, and there's a budget in play. And if there's going to be some revisions to the budget, let's talk about what it is we're going to do. Because right now, as it stands, the bill doesn't contemplate any locally generated funds to backfill the elimination of the liquid fuel tax.
How much money do we make from the LFA, the liquid fuel tax?
I don't remember, Ray, but I
mean, what's the hit going to be in the government of Guam? Would they be able to absorb it?
But we're the special fund report that we provide every month, right? All of the special funds, including the Guam Highway Fund, are tracking below adopted levels. So we're already having an issue with collections in to be able to actually sustain the allocations and appropriations in this fiscal year. And so if you eliminate it, you're just compounding the problem because we're going to be short anyways.
Right. I was just trying to figure out what the shortfall is going to be. Will you be testifying on behalf of the government of Guam this afternoon? You'll be commenting.
Yes.
Not testifying. Okay.
Well, I mean,
we need to get together over at Phil's place so we can comment to each other.
Yes, we do. That is a absolute. There's no disagreement with me on that.
I'll pencil it in. 7:58 and change. Hug and a kiss to Amretta and the girls. I'll talk to you later.
And from me too.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mana.
You're welcome. Good to hear from you, Les.
Les Carlson from BBMR on the line. Sorry, it's always going to be that kind of a conversation with boys together, and that's just the way it is. And feel free to disagree with each other on the occasional time that we do have a disagreement. Now, all of the things that he said, while maybe interesting to the conversation and comment worthy, I don't know. I'm not feeling that any one of those would represent deal breakers at the end of the day. They talk about using that money to take care of the secondary and village roads that we've got, and there are a lot of you driving around going, I haven't seen anybody looking at my village road in a long time, Migo. So I don't know where this investment is coming from. 7:59 and change. We've got more to talk about, more folks to talk about. Been an interesting morning already, but we've got a couple more hours of the program. I don't want you to miss a single second of it. 7:59 coming up. Fox News Live on the other side of that. Mana with her last big look at the top of the hour news. And at least, and more conversation of an interesting nature on the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3. We are The Point.
Preparations in Texas. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Governor Greg Abbott says the state will begin building its own border wall and put in better lighting in towns Abbott says are being overwhelmed by migrants.
We have potentially more people who will be crossing our border illegally by the end of this year than live in Los Angeles, America's second largest city.
Abbott with the announcement days after the CDC announced it will let Title 42 expire. That was a Trump-era rule that allowed migrants to be turned away due to the pandemic. The White House said again today that ending the rule is the CDC's decision, and spokeswoman Jen Psaki said Homeland Security is beefing up its forces at the border. Police in California's capital say the public has been vital in helping identify more suspects in a weekend shooting that killed several people.
In a statement, Sacramento police say at least 5 shooters fired their guns and that it was an exchange of gunfire between two groups, that sadly this was gang-related. 6 people were killed, 12 were injured. Police say more than 200 pictures, videos, and other pieces of evidence were being evaluated. So far, 3 people have been arrested in connection to the shooting, but none has been charged with actually opening fire. Among those arrested, Smiley Martin, who'd been released recently, even though he'd been convicted in 2018 and was supposed to serve a 10-year sentence for domestic violence and assault. A year ago, the Sacramento County DA warned against releasing him, saying he had little regard for human life. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The mother of Amir Locke, a 22-year-old shot and killed by a Minneapolis SWAT team officer who was executing a search warrant, says she's disgusted by a decision by prosecutors to not file charges against the officer. Locke was on a couch in his cousin's apartment in February when authorities entered without knocking as part of a homicide investigation. America is listening to Fox News.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing the point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
Howdy and half a day, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. KFC is your go-to place for Lent. All of my delicious KFC Lent favorites are back this season, including the seafood Kelguin, popcorn shrimp, the seafood twister, the wasabi fish sandwich, and the fan favorite, the KFC shrimp burger. And just like my famous KFC chicken, the entire Lent menu is available for delivery. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
An outbreak of avian flu causing zoos to take action.
If you go to a zoo, you might only see penguins since they live indoors, usually protected behind glass, making it harder for the bird flu to reach them. The National Aviary in Pittsburgh, the nation's largest, is giving health checks for each of its roughly 500 birds. The Toronto Zoo adding roofs to some outdoor bird exhibits and double-checking the mesh surrounding enclosures to ensure it will keep wild birds out. Kansas City Zoo CEO Sean Putney says he's heard a few complaints, but most people seem okay with not getting to see some birds. Nearly 23 million chickens and turkeys have already been killed across the nation to keep the spread of the virus down. Zoos don't want their birds to face the same fate. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland has tested positive for COVID. The Justice Department says he will quarantine at home for 5 days. Earlier it was announced Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo has also tested positive. Over 100 children are reported to have gotten sick in a salmonella outbreak in Europe.
The salmonella outbreak is likely linked to chocolate eggs, according to the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control. The first case was detected in Britain in January. Product recalls have started there. In Belgium, France, Germany, Ireland, Luxembourg, Norway, and Sweden. The Kinder Surprise eggs come with little toys inside. The company that makes them, Ferrero in Italy, says it's recalled products voluntarily, noting the link is possible. It's mostly kids under 10 affected. Chris Foster, Fox News.
Grammy Award-winning songwriter Ed Sheeran has won a copyright battle in the UK over a song, Shape of You. The British pop star and his co-writers, Snow Patrol's John McDade and producer Stephen McCutcheon, had denied allegations the song copied part of 2015's Oh Why by Sammy Chokri, who performs under the name Sammy Switch. Sheeran then slammed what he described as a culture of baseless lawsuits he says are intended to squeeze money out of artists eager to avoid the expense of a trial. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Back at it again with the Lenten season menu with Mezcla, giving you a variety of food you can enjoy and pick from, like the fish tacos, spicy buttered shrimp, parrotfish escabeche, lobster pad capral pasta, crab-crusted Chilean sea bass, and more. There you have options. Offered at Hagåtña location for lunch and dinner only at Mezcla. For reservations, call 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Let's go celebrate the Lenten season with Mezcla.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the attendance in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. There's a new Office of Infrastructure being created by the administration, and it'll have $950,000 allocated from the ARP money. The Post reporting that the Office of Infrastructure policy and direction will be headed by Tyrone Taitano, who's currently the director of Bureau of Statistics and Plans, while a new BSP director is expected to be named soon. The governor also slashed $22 million from her ARP funding initially set aside for a new hospital, while also giving $11.7 million to the Guam Memorial Hospital. This includes an additional $1.7 million to help pay for GMH nurses. The governor also set aside $12 million for the expanded program in Salapi in order to give qualified individuals gas money. You can take a look at the Post story, which breaks down the ARP spending, which was included in the monthly reporting for the ARP fund allocations. The legislature, meanwhile, will be going back into session after continuing last week's session until the 14th of April. They'll be discussing the resolution that was introduced by Senator Chris Duenas that could lift the governor's public health emergency. The governor says, though, that she was surprised to learn of the legislature's plans to vote on that measure. She was quoted in the Post saying none of the sponsors notified her, giving her the courtesy and respect. She said had they been notified her, she would have educated them on the consequences of that measure. Nonetheless, the legislature is scheduled to go into session on April 14th to discuss the matter. The administration may be given a chance to chime in on that resolution, as Senator Chris Duenas has said that he intends on calling the committee of the whole. With the island now in a low-level status, it could be just a matter of weeks before the mask mandate is lifted on Guam, at least for outdoor settings. The CDC declared us as a low level of risk on Tuesday, according to a release from the governor's office. The achievement is certified by the Department of Public Health as well as the governor. She issued an executive order which began the start of the 14-day timeline for that gradual easing of restrictions. She says that if we are able to maintain that low-level status, then at the stroke of midnight, outdoor mask wearing will be lifted. Meanwhile, it has been a long while since they've had in-person service, but beginning today, the Social Security office in Teedzin will resume their in-person service, including for people without appointments. Of course, they are urging people to make an appointment first to avoid waiting in a long line. Well, more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Guam is safer, according to the governor. In a story posted in today's Guam Daily Post, the governor has been attending some of the recent public safety meetings being held across the island, in which residents have expressed their concern with safety in their neighborhoods. And despite an uptick in crimes being reported, the governor believes the island is safer and says that she will continue to put more public safety personnel on the streets. The crimes reported just this year alone include some unsolved homicides, armed robberies, rapes, park riots, and daily drug arrests. The governor said, though, her administration is addressing the uptick in crime by recruiting more police officers, and recent efforts to incentivize hiring for these positions includes an increase in their pay. The FBI involved in an investigation into apparent fraud involving Guam's Manamco, saying a total of 16 of Guam's senior citizens have fallen victim to fraud in 2021. The Post reports that the feds released its recent elder fraud report that shows a number of elderly victims. The number has risen at an alarming rate across the nation. The total amount that the 16 Guam victims lost is $1.5 million, according to that report. And DOC has some new bosses in charge. The swearing-in was held yesterday for Bob Camacho and Frank Leon Guerrero. Camacho taking over as director of DOC after the resignation of Joe Carbolito last month. Leon Guerrero has been tapped as the deputy of the Department of Corrections. And those are your top stories here on The Point. And here's Ray with your weather.
Well, first of all, congratulations to Bob Camacho.
Yeah.
He's a guy from, and he's been in a bunch of different administrations, worn a badge, and has handled a number of responsibilities just like that. So we wish him very, very good luck over at the Department of Corrections. Don't be like, what's his name, and just work there for like 6 months and then go, man, there's no fixing this place, and then bag. You can do it. Gambate corazón. Mostly sunny today. Daytime highs around 88. 28 degrees, breezy, and east winds up to about 22 miles an hour. As I said, breezy, gusting as high as 29 today, 28 tonight. There's mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow. Some partly cloudy skies moving in tomorrow night. So make plans for it. Did we find that thing from over at the JIC on when they said we can expect snotty weather? No. You okay? You have questions too hard?
Man,
What's going on, Les? I tried. I wanted to get to Les and get him to say, you know, Ray, $60 million divided by every adult on Guam. Yeah, we ought to be able to do that. No problem. We just have to start having the guy, Ed Burns, start writing checks right away. That's where I wanted him to go on that. But I also kind of wanted to get that conversation primed because my last conversation with Senator Frank Blas indicated that maybe that is a direction that we ought to go with that revenue surplus that we've got. Anyway, 8:12 in the morning. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:33. Hashtag tell the others. I was talking earlier about maybe an accident on Route 3, and a guy chimed in on the meme machine and said there is no accident on Route 3. It's just ugly traffic. We'll take another look at it on the other side of these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
On 8:13 now in the Ray Gibson Show, portions of which brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, also brought to you by the guys over at Mescla. And they are in love with Lent because Lent gives them an opportunity to just go crazy in the kitchen. I don't know. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get me some parrotfish, and I'm not going to fry it. I'm not going to steam it. I'm going to escabeche the parrotfish, and they do so well with that. Spicy buttered shrimp. They got fish tacos, lobster pat caproa pasta, and crab-crusted Chilean sea bass. I've got to say that slowly because my mouth fills with totla just at the thought of this bass. And we've got this. I don't even know how to describe it. I got to look it up again. I think I had some videos of stuff where they were actually preparing the crab crust that goes on the bass, and then it goes into your mouth, and a lot of flavors, a lot of textures. You've got options. Ganya location open for lunch and dinner. Reservations are suggested. Call Valine at 671-479-2652. What are you waiting for? Celebrate Lenten meals at Mescla.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Yeah. Stop talking so I can start talking. Got to do shouts now. We've got Japan plus Guam on the YouTube side saying, Kitsutu in Japan. Esther, well, good to have you there. The Howard Experience, Brian Chargaloff. Hey, Brain is online here. We've got Maria Rojas. Booney Dog Chamorro checking in. Is the season for chocolate eggs from Europe, he says. I'm not sure what that is a reference to, but okay. On the Facebook side, Jose Martinez. I got Phil from the venue on. Sarah Lake, denial. That's how she didn't know. Richard Leon, Kenny Williams, good morning to Brad Wood. Trina San Augustin is there. I got Ismael Velez. Tim Zedeker, good morning to Elaine Duenas Udzoa. It's just Udzoa. I thought that was Duenas. She was saying Buenas. And we've already had the conversation about how Buenas looks just like Duenas. Marvin Crisostomo is online. Hoffa Harvey Egna, who came by the radio station and has dropped off. He gave me a bunch of sheets of paper for people to sign his
packet.
His thing. And Harvey, I don't
nice to meet you, Harvey.
I don't want to disappoint you. We don't have that many people that work here. One sheet would have been suitable, and I'll see if I can get that filled out for you. I got Mike Grace Blas, Jim Bonanno, Hoffa JB watching the program. Dennis Larson, the B Man is online. Rosho Merrill. Good morning to you. Let me see. Mark and Francis Ishmael, Benidoso Tau is online. Jose says, why didn't anybody tell me that Ken and I share the same last name? The other Governor Leon Guerrero, right? Nick Pulaski, Jerome McDonald is hanging out with us. I'm looking for some new names there. Stephen R. Serban, Marshall Wong, Joe McDonald, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is still locked into the program. Jesse Nanetti, Aurelio Pareda, Francis Duffy, Chech Uggan, Mercy Wenzel, Joanne Fullerton, Benny N. Tricia, and Bonnie Suba. Cool. Let me see. Jean Nett says, Sir Ray, just heard in your news about birds spreading diseases. Do any of these listeners know if the tons of pigeons in Tamuning, like behind GPO, can also likewise spread disease? Joe?
Don't pet them.
Yeah.
I'm going to call Dr. Poole, find out.
Did he retire?
I think today. He might be getting real close to it.
He's packing his stuff.
Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, online here today, excited about the melts that they're supposed to be bringing by the station. Dave Hurst, Mel Barnes, I got Romel Legaspi online, John Pablo, Jeb Paris, Carolyn Long, and Matt Galendez, Raspberry. Her Royal Highness Queen Loon needs to be educated on the fact that we are neither her children nor subjects. She serves the people. Her ego has swelled her head, and the crown of the emergency powers is getting way too comfortable. Pat Saho and Rico Blancaflor online as well this morning. Good to have everybody here playing around and watching what's happening in the program. Real Joe says, hey, would you get the phone? Happy to. We are Pika's best radio station, and here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Pika's best mayor from the beautiful village of Petey, where there is no crime, and people leave their doors open, and they never mind take the keys of the car, just leave it in the ignition. Nobody's going to steal anything in Petey.
Viva Petey Pride.
Well, it's true. Buenas, Jen. Always
Thank
good.
God.
Well, I haven't talked to you all week, and I figured you guys are supposed to be in. Is meeting today or meeting yesterday?
No, meetings today, but yeah, it's a busy morning, so I don't have too long. I just want to also tell you that, that's the problem with translating everything into more accurate the programmen i Pinilan. Do you know how difficult it was for people to pronounce Pinilan?
Pinilan.
Gee whiz.
Just
go watch your kid.
That's just watching the kids. That's the name of the programmen, and I keep waiting for the programmen and I de Ganmu.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
When are we going to get that? Well, obviously it's an AIDS reference, and maybe the less that is said about that while people are eating their breakfast, the better. 19 after 8 o'clock in the morning. So what's on the agenda today? What's going to keep you and the other mayors busy?
Well, a lot of people want to talk to us, so we have different people talking to us about programs from, child care programs. We also have something to hear about the marine sanctuaries, which is important actually for not only Guam but the Marianas. So has to do with the Marianas Trench. So we're excited to hear about that. Of course, Pete Scrow is coming in about a bill. So that'll be quite interesting to see how the body feels about this.
It's abortion legislation that he's.
Right,
I've not seen the bill myself, but I'm familiar. I'm told that he's moving something like that around, and so basically going to see if there's going to get some support from among the mayors before he takes it to the legislature.
Correct, right, and so I'm happy that he'll be with us today. Then of course we have. We'll be talking about our liberation plan. Let the mayors know what's going on and see if they have any ideas how we can make that better. And of course, we're working with GVB and the governor's office on that.
Okay.
So
well, a couple of things related to that, and thanks for reminding me that liberation is primarily the subject I wanted to talk about with you guys today. Sure. I passed by. I was down at Paseo the other day, and you remember the big brouhaha over the casino that they've got there, and they put an actual building on the ground, and that thing it's basically slowly falling apart. Who's responsible for that? Parks and Rec, or the mayors? Because that was part of a liberation festivity.
No, so it is not the mayor's responsibility any longer. It actually was turned over, I believe. I forgot what entity it was turned over to, but I believe there is an organization that is in charge of it, and we've already made a request for them to break that down.
Rehabilitate it or remove it. It's becoming an eyesore.
Correct. Yeah, so I did. I followed up with Adelup on that because I didn't know what happened after we relinquished, ownership of that building. So yeah, people still think we own it, and so that's kind of why I've been on it as well because, it's not only an eyesore, but it's dangerous, right?
Yeah,
So,
well, I mean, the whole front porch is finally all gone. I think they finally got so dilapidated they couldn't ignore it anymore, so they got rid of it. So now there's there's a building there that you have to be 11 feet tall to be able to open the front door on that anymore. So yeah, take care of that. Now the other thing is I've been up in Teens and doing some running around and because I don't like the last mile that I got to run, I'll go through the old carnival grounds that they've got there, and that is also dilapidated and turned into an eyesore, and the whole place needs some kind of attention. Last guys that had their finger on the property were the mayors. So what's going to be done with that?
Well,
I mean, it's never going to be a carnival grounds again. There's no way that you're going to be able to put those buildings back together.
Correct. So that actually, remember that there was a whole bill on that, a whole legislative issue, and so now it actually belongs to the Barrigada mayor's office.
Hey, so it's Junie's problem, Junie and Jess, huh?
Correct.
Mana, call your mayor, tell her to clean up that junk.
Well, they do have plans that they're working out for that place. I think that the last discussion that I had with them, they wanted to do some sort of, I don't know if it was like a night market or something that they were looking at.
So they use a certain portion for their, I believe it's Wednesday night market. But the part that Ray's talking about is, I don't think that's being utilized. But I do know that.
From the
and then I think
from the ball field
their
all the way
plans
over.
might have been sidetracked a little bit because they were using it for the vaccination or the testing site. So they might have put that on the back burner for a little bit.
But
they do have plans to use it. Yeah, because I try to stay active. My village,
No, well, this is it feels like such a waste. There are 4 tennis courts there.
Yeah.
That would be that Rick Ninetti has probably got his eye on just every day going by that thing and going. It gets worse and worse and worse. Just need somebody to go out there, do some water blast, and put some nets up there, and maybe some scrim on the chain link fence to prevent the
and they
heavy
have
winds.
An old water tank that's sitting at the corner of
Exactly.
the exact same place, and I keep thinking that would make such a really nice barbecue pit.
Okay, so the
You thought the
major
same thing, right?
no, not too far away from that. Just as since we're talking about it, and Mayor, maybe you could use these things. There used to be a restroom there, and it's since been dismantled and taken apart. But the urinals are still there, and I'll put this on the radio right now. Is if you guys aren't using that, I'm going to take that because I've always wanted a urinal in the backyard. Everybody don't, right? Because sometimes you want to go all the way back in the house to go marinate.
Oh, God.
And just put it outside.
One of us will take it. One of us will
Right next to the hot new.
It's so funny how we're talking about a urinal because I visited a restaurant over the weekend and I walked into a urinal and the urinal was not made for tomorrow's. It was so high.
It's a water fountain.
Oh, boy. We'll go give them one.
Drop me a pin for that place because I want to go check it out myself. There's all kinds of people wondering just exactly what that reference means. It's one of these guys.
Do not drink from that fountain.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know. It's 8:24 in the morning. Mayor, it's always fun talking with you. Have a good time at the meeting today, and remind Junie that there's work that needs to be done on that spot.
Oh, you know what? My mayors are always on it. You don't need to remind them.
Okay.
But they are. You're right, Mana. They are. They do good work too.
Yeah.
All right, well, since you haven't hung up yet, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you if you were consulted by the governor on the creation of the Office of Infrastructure Policy and Direction. It looks like Tyrone is going to get to be the guy that figures out how to spend the rest of that ARP.
They fix the roads and infrastructure that the office is supposed to put together. So of course we weren't consulted, but I'm sure we're going to see more out there. Just like this liquid fuels tax, I mean, it's a big deal. I know the mayor's council is included as part of what is funded, but really, how much do we really get out of that? And on top of that, we're really trying to get weaned off of the Guam Highway Fund.
Right.
So, I'm glad. Well, I brought it up, but I don't want to talk too much about it. I really want to hear what everyone else has to say because I have mixed feelings. I don't know what the council. I am going to bring it up today, even though it wasn't on the agenda, just because I do want to get a feeling from the body as to how they want to proceed with testimony on it because. I have mixed feelings. I mean, there's some parts of it where I feel like, well, okay, yeah, I think we do need to to repeal it, and we can eliminate this. But at the same time, you know, I have questions about how things are going to get done. Right? I mean,
well, how are they getting done now? So, I mean, there's supposed to be a lot of that money. Figure 15 cents for every gallon of gas and other that is sold on Guam. That should equate to a fairly pretty penny. I forget what the numbers were from the fund for last year. Les Carlson said it's already upside down for this year, as many special funds are. But even on a good year where you're collecting all of that money, is it actually going to where we think it's going? I mean, the University of Guam gets some of that, right? The Governor's House gets some of that. The mayors get some of that. And then the balance, what should be a larger amount, is supposed to be going to take care of the village roads. You're a village mayor. Right. Are they coming around and taking care of your roads all the time?
We all know the answer.
Okay.
But the other thing too is, you know,
so what's the point of having you're not necessarily a beneficiary of those funds anyway. So what would happen if you lost it?
Well, of course, you know, it pays for our salaries.
Oh, it's fine. We'll find someplace else to find. They'll find more money for salary. They will not. They will not defund. They will not defund the mayors. Trust me.
I agree.
Not in an election year.
I agree. And they've done it. They did it in fiscal 22, and we're slated to do that in fiscal 23. So I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I have questions. But the other thing is it really going to affect the pump price, right? I mean, how do we know that it really is going to change the pump price for the consumer?
Well, according to Teresa, we talked to her about this the other day. She said that she's been in communication with all of the gas companies here, and they said they would eliminate 15 cents off the till. But the problem is with the unpredictable nature of Tapis crude, it's possible that the next hike in prices would eat that 15 cent per gallon up. And we would be no better off than we were at its stage. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other, right?
There you go. Okay, bye, Ray.
Okay. Hey, listen, you have a good day. I'll talk to you pretty soon. That's Mayor Jess Allig on the line. Frankly, I could have ended that conversation 10 minutes ago. The goal is to get him to laugh. That's my goal. And I think when we were talking about Programan Dai de Gunmo, I think that got the best laugh of the morning. Right? Goal achieved. Just finish up the show. That's it. We might as well just pack up and go home. 8:29 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. I have not done this in a long time. You know what it is? Read from the magistrate report. And there's been a couple of groovy ones. Did you see the one the other day about the guy that smacked a woman in the wheelchair? And then they made love.
Oh, wow. Makeup sex?
Yep. You want me to do that one? Or you want me to do the guy that smelled like cat pee so bad that they had to take him out of the car?
We'll take the second one.
Second one. All right, we'll do that one a little bit later on. 8:29 in the morning. Monica Silva Tyron, I'm going to let her get out of here a little bit earlier than normal because she had a booger. And she took the test. She's negative for COVID-19, but positive for boogers. 8:29, and her last look at big news and headlines is coming up next.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees. Like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
I'm having a hard time getting comfortable in the radio station chair.
You broke the other one, Ray?
It broke. It broke.
It broke itself.
Which fat senator was in here? What? I'm not saying I didn't put anybody's name down. I didn't say a name, but you know who I'm talking about. 8:31 in the morning. Real Joan knows who I'm talking about.
It's in the past, Ray.
On screen right now, it's a meme from the meme machine. It says when Chuck Norris tells a joke about Will Smith's wife, Will Smith slaps himself. And one, I was dared. My friend sent it to me. He said, "Don't say my name." I said, "Okay, Tom, I won't say your name." And so Tom sends me a thing, and he said his other friend said, if I don't use it on the radio, then I'm a wussy. But he didn't say wussy in the whole exchange. I told Real Joe, but I got to sanitize it for the radio. Actually, at the Academy Awards, Will Smith went home with 2 Oscars, one for the movie and another guy named Oscar for his wife. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll be here all week. 8:31 in the morning. Mona's already, she's scratching her head going, he could have saved that for after I left. But no, it was in my head. You know how I am, no filter. It's time for our last look at big news and headlines at 8:32. It's time for the 8:30 news with Mana Silva Tyron. Now, Mana, what happened?
Well, just looking at the legislative calendar, there's a couple of bills up for a public hearing. One of them would give an exemption to homeowners associations with regard to the business privilege tax. That public hearing starts at 9 o'clock. And then at I think at 1 this afternoon, there's going to be another public hearing on the couple of bills that deal with the fuel tax, and that, again, is at the legislature. And then there's a new Office of Infrastructure being planned by the administration. This one would give $950,000 of the ARP funds to fund that operation. It will actually be called the Infrastructure Policy and Direction Office. It'll be headed by Tyrone Titano. The replacement for Tyrone at the BSP will be named soon. Meanwhile, the governor says that she was surprised by the action of the legislature to move a bill, the resolution rather, onto the session agenda. That resolution by Senator Chris Dueñas seeks to do away with her emergency or public health emergency. And the discussion will take place on April 14th, where Senator Dueñas says that he intends to call a committee of the whole for the administration to chime in on that resolution. And the CDC's declaration of the island as a low-level risk status has been certified by the governor, starting the clock for that 14-day time frame in which if we are able to maintain that low level, that mask mandate will be lifted, at least for outdoors, and that would be on April 19th. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
May 5, goals set for indoor mask mandates, the lifting of the indoor mask mandates. Could somebody please, I don't know, maybe it's one of those things like in Russia where they're saying that Putin's not getting all of the news about how badly things are going for Russia and Ukraine.
You're right, yeah.
Maybe there's it's the same thing at Adelup. The whole island has stopped wearing masks outside with very, very few exceptions. I mean, the people that were completely hypnotized by all of the fear porn, those are the ones that are wearing masks outdoors. But everybody else, as soon as they walk out of a building, off comes the mask. As soon as it happens, we tear them off our faces like a surgeon that's just lost one on the table. And that's the way. Somebody needs to tell it to ma'am, people haven't been wearing their mask outside since, I don't know, February of 2020. They ditch them right away. And in fact, in some cases, they might be the ones that are throwing them on the ground as an act of defiance. Because that's the only way I can. Otherwise, I can figure why there's so many masks on the ground. But I was gonna say, if you're a runner and you have a nature call, yeah, those are adequate to the task. Yeah, no need to use your shirt or your wristband or anything like that. So I don't know. Outdoor mask mandate. It just seems like one of those. It's is it a Pyrrhic victory? Is that what I'm looking for? Bob Klitsky would know the answer I'm looking for. It's one of those things where, are we going to dance long into the night on the 19th when she says, you don't have to wear masks outside anymore? We're all going to get, hey, thank God, we don't have to wear masks. Is that what it's going to, is that what it's going to be?
It's going to be like Burning Man, Ray, all night.
Now there are some other things that they say, changes that will be made if Guam continues to maintain the low level of risk. Individuals will not be required to wear masks in outdoor settings. BS. Restrictions on indoor social gatherings are expected to be lifted, and social distancing requirements in or out are expected to be lifted as well.
Can we cheek kiss again, Ray? Can we bring back cheek kissing?
Cheek kissing?
Yeah.
You know what I want?
Nobody cheek kisses anymore.
I want hugs that are awkwardly long. You know what I mean? What? I wasn't talking about you. I'm just saying, So I got this.
Mana's like, no.
I get this friend, and she's got a boyfriend. I like the guy. He's a nice guy, and I didn't know how much he liked me until he gave me one of those awkward hugs. He's like, I was gonna just fist bump the guy,
Bring it in tight.
because we're bros. And he says, no, man, I don't do that. And so the guy kind of grabs me, and I'm, and it was a hug, and it lasted an awful long time.
Eyeball popped out a little bit from the squeeze.
Yep. Took my breath away, Trav. Thank you so much. 8:30, Navy guy, I think. 8:36 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. What am I supposed to do now? Was there like a weather thing? Was I going to do?
You said you wanted to look at traffic again, see what was going on out there.
Yeah, but as it turns out, not much. There was no accident on Route 3. It's just ugly traffic, and for all intents and purposes, it's gone. Still got a little bit of traffic for folks getting into Waisang Song and that whole area from Ipao. We got a little bit of traffic on Route 16. Is that Route 16? Still in front of Department of Revenue and Tax. Now that could be an accident, or it could be a big funeral. I could be one or the other. Oh my God, is it me or there are a lot of people that are dying these days? It's like we know somebody that has died in the last 2 weeks. We know people that are in the hospital right now as we speak, waiting for themselves to be called home. It just seems to me and I'm getting every other day I'm getting a link going out to somewhere. In fact, maybe I'm going to see if I have that. When we take the break, remind me. I want to come. There's a fundraiser for a guy that we call Gaga, because he's big, and unfortunately, he's got something that I don't think is going to go away. There are fundraisers at work. I don't know if they've done a GoFundMe for him, but there's a jiu-jitsu exhibition, right?
Yeah, it's happening.
It is happening.
Yeah, I'll send you the flyer if you don't have it.
Send it to me if you've got it handy right now, and then I'll put it up on the screen on the meme machine so everybody can see it. It's 8:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. He's a terrific guy, and like if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. There's no mistaking him. He's got a heart as big as General Delivery, and most people like him from about the first or second minute that they have met him. I know that was the case, especially when I first met the guy over at Moses one night. He started talking smack about Real Joe, and I thought, oh, this guy, we could be brothers. 8:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. More of that on the way.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Go eat at Wendy's for lunch today. They got the fried pollock fish fillet thing. Should probably look at the script again, right? So I don't butcher
Yeah, they
this.
got the platter now, man.
But it comes in a platter.
Yeah,
Everybody's going, what?
nice.
This is a great sandwich. You should have this with rice and salad. And they said, that's a good idea. So they took the Alaskan fish fillet, panko fried Alaskan fish fillet, and made it up with fluffy rice and freshly chopped garden salad. So find that today. Quick, simple quality at Wendy's. Did you beat me at the thing with the flyer?
Yeah.
It was Joe Cruz. That's you. Here is the flyer. Jiu-Jitsu seminar with Bryant Pangilinan, and it is a medical fundraiser for Joe Pangilinan. We know him as Gaga. Join the medical fundraiser. This is going to be taking place here April the 13th from 6 until 8 at the International Sports Center. $40. You pay that over at the door, and again, proceeds are going to go and help out Joe Gaga. Now, who's Bryant Pangilinan? Who's
That's his younger brother.
Okay. And
he's a third-degree black belt.
Wow.
World champ.
So
in jiu-jitsu,
like super exhibition.
But he lives out in the States and he trains and has a school in the States. Where
So he's going to be coming out here for the fundraiser to take care of his bro.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that idea. And look, even if here's the deal: it's $40 at the door. But if you got extra money, go ahead and park that in there because they're going to need it to take care of all of the expenses. And I love the picture that they're using here. It is a picture of Gaga in competition at the Strongest Man deal.
You were there, man.
I was there. Spent the entire day cheering him on and all the rest of the champions. It was one of those things, and Gaga was one of the lead trainers of the event because they're very strongman events.
The God Gaga.
Yeah, and he's, like I said, you can see he's a big man in the picture, and he was out there, responsible for getting some of the younger bucks to learn their way around the gym to figure out, what was strength training, what was the training that they would actually do that was going to help them in the competition. And it was one of those competitions that was a pleasure to watch. You get to go find Patrick from over at GSPN. Pat Lujan, and ask him about it. It was one of those things where it could have been a whole lot of smack talking and the younger guys showing off to the older guys and doing all of that stuff, but it didn't make any difference. I mean, it was like karaoke. It didn't make any difference what the effort was, whether you won or lost. Everybody put 100% quality effort into it, and everybody was applauded for it, not just by their fans and people that had gone to support them, but the entire crowd and all of the other competitors. It was one of those things. If somebody fell down, it was like watching the other competitors, the guys that they were actually in the grind against, would reach over, run over, and try to help them up and help them out. That kind of show, pure Chamorro thing and pure athlete thing and pure Gaga. So April the 13th, 6 until 8, and a jiu-jitsu seminar with little brother Bryant Pangilinan. So you know anything else? Any other fundraisers? Any more GoFundMes that we've got to worry about? Samoan Joe Nive's dad, Lease Alangi, is still. Understand he's in a coma, and if you know them, get a link for the GoFundMe. Find Janine Bloss, who may be online right now, and see about the link for the GoFundMe.
I enjoyed his calls.
Oh my God, Samoan Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, a terrific guy. We're very lucky to live on Guam, where we're surrounded by a bunch of really, really nice people, and they kind of make up for some of the other jerks that we've got to spend a little bit of time with out these days. 8:43 in the morning, and I was going over magistrate reports, and Real Joe made a request for the dude that was going 72 miles an hour. Is that's the one that you wanted me to?
Yeah, man, in a 35. He was high. Maybe he was high.
Well, the guy's got a record of stepping outside the lines here. On or about April 5, 7:40 a.m., police officers, Center Lane of Route 1 in Gutnia, conducting a traffic enforcement there. Officer Putris reported that a 2010 gray Toyota 4Runner, noted to have registered a speed of 72 miles per hour in a MPH-certified speedometer in a 35-mile-an-hour speed zone. Traffic stop was conducted, and the lone occupant, Aaron Palacios, Officer Putris asked the defendant to step out of the vehicle because of his nervous behavior and, no doubt, the unmistakable smell of cat pee, indicative of somebody that has recently been smoking crystal methamphetamine. While exiting the vehicle, Officer Putris observed in plain view a small, clear, resealable plastic bag on the floorboard. A search of the vehicle was conducted, and a dark-tinted glass pipe with a bulbous end stained with suspected methamphetamine residue was discovered under the seat in a pink plastic straw piece with a bevel-cut end. Druggy stuff right there. Druggies are the only ones that cut at that unique beveled end. Containing a white particulate residue was discovered with a small clear plastic bag, suspected meth in there as well. A field test kit was conducted and yielded a presumptive positive result for methamphetamine. The defendant claimed knowledge and ownership of the pipe, baggie, and straw. You know why? Because meth people are stupid. I think they're under the impression that, if I just fess up to it, right, the officer will let me go.
Yeah, thank you for your honesty, man.
Hey, boy, all the other guys, they just lie to me.
Truth sets you free.
Absolutely. Apparently, that's not the case with the police officers. The defendant reported that he did not notice the officers at first because, are you ready for it? I was on my phone.
Wow, distracted driving.
Distracted driving.
72.
Driving while on meth. Defendant reported he was traveling more than 45 and was aware that he was in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. Now, one other thing about meth people is while they may have the right to remain silent, they don't have the ability to remain silent. So this guy's, I knew I was, that's my dope right there. That's all. Can I get that back after you're done arresting me? I get that back, or is that it stays with you? Okay, it's evidence. I see. Yeah, but that's mine. And I was speeding. Yeah, and I was on my phone. I don't know if they busted him for that. What have we got? 2 counts of possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, a count of reckless driving, and 1 count of disorderly conduct. Now, you might be wondering, well, when was he disorderly? Sounded like a regular traffic stop. In September 1st, officers conducted a traffic stop after observing a vehicle roll through a stop sign in Manila. And guess who was the driver of that car? Ding, ding, ding. Aaron Galashus.
Wow, man.
Hey, dude. And so I love the way they describe it. A vehicle roll through a stop sign in Manila. What MC crews back in the olden days would refer to as a California stop. And then September 16th of 2021, police officers responded to a verbal disturbance in Telefofu. GPD officers spoke with multiple family members and discovered that the defendant had become angry and began cussing, shouting, and punching a door a bunch of times, causing damages. That is the disorderly conduct that they hit him with. So he's in trouble for the meth. He's in trouble for the driving. He's in trouble for being on the phone and being a nuisance to his family and Fefu. So there it is, ladies and gentlemen. But don't worry. According to the government, Guam is safer.
It's safer, yeah. What are we going to do about this guy, Ray?
I don't know. They've apparently let him go 2 or 3 other times. I don't know. Do we need to get into that conversation that we had Peter Duenas on? And his open letter to the people of Guam has been published. It has been published. You saw it first on Candid with Cousin Troy. You saw it first there because he published it last night. And I don't know. What if there's a deal between Peter and Troy? Are they buds? I mean, they're not as tight as like Troy and Mike St. Nicholas.
No, yeah.
I mean, Troy
wants the truth to come out. Either way, some kind of truth.
Yeah. So if you get a chance, take a look at it. I forget which one of the newspapers it was in. But because I'd also teased you with another magistrate report from the safe island of Guam, the story on or about April 3rd, officers reported to a disturbance at Matapang in Tumon. How fitting. They'd been called by a private security officer in patrol. The security officer reported that he called the cops after he was alerted to a couple fighting at a pavilion near the beach. A security officer observed a male and female arguing with each other. The female, identified as MDR, was sitting in a wheelchair. While the security officer asked MDR if she was okay, the male, Joey Castro, was yelling at her. Security officer saw what he believed to be bloodstains on the jacket. Security officer called the cops when Castro began to push MDR in her wheelchair towards the road. Oh, no, you're going to have to explain what happened to the police. How did this get to be all bloody? MDR was interviewed. The officer observed that she was sitting in a wheelchair. She reported that Castro is her boyfriend and that they have been together for 2 years. On April the 2nd, she and Castro got into an argument that resulted in Castro punching her in the face. Woman's in a wheelchair, and the guy went out and socked her one in the face. She doesn't remember if she lost consciousness, but remembered that her ears rang and she had a headache. She reported that she was sitting down when Castro punched her. The interviewing officer observed that her left eye was completely swollen and darker in color. She couldn't open her eye, and a quarter-inch laceration presented below the eye. MDR was taken to GMH. She would later report that a doctor had diagnosed one of her injuries as being a fractured orbital bone. Oh, my God. The eye
That's
socket.
what happens in MMA, Ray.
Her eye was still swollen shut, and the attending physician had to force it open in order to examine it. So then they talked to Castro, the fighter, right? He confirmed that he punched her Between 10 and 11 o'clock, he claimed the two got into an argument. MDR was the first to become physical. He claimed they both swung at each other, but that his punch landed. He told MDR, "See, baby, see what you made me do." He claimed that they apologized to each other, cleaned up, and then had sex, despite the serious injury to her face.
Yeah, that cancels the assault out, though, Ray. The makeup.
You think?
Afterwards.
Yeah, makeup sex out. Yeah.
Sounds like Ike and Tina Turner, man.
Castro and MDR reported the events leading to and including the assault took place near the Holiday Resort out in Tumon. Just crazy. The things that we are trying to, that happen when you and I are other polite society at home, in bed, doing whatever, reading my books. But just absolutely crazy, some of the stories that are coming out of the magistrate reports. And that's not even the worst of them. There are others that I choose not to read because I'd rather entertain you than depress you. Some of the other stories about what guys do to their girlfriends at home after they've had a bad day or didn't get enough meth in their system or not enough alcohol, one way or the other, it just will absolutely break your heart. In 9 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. Small talk portion of the show coming up a little bit later on. Some of the things that I'm saving for that are an introduction of a phrase maybe you've heard, maybe you haven't. The splinter net. The splinter net. You don't know it's a splinter net?
No. Hey.
You're going to have to keep listening.
Yeah.
And then we'll talk about that. A little bit more maybe on the elimination of gas taxes here on Guam. The Speaker is going to be conducting a in-person public hearing on that. You heard some of the comments from Les Carlson at BBMR and some of the concerns that he expressed about what may or may not be happening with the price of gasoline and what could happen to certain funds if the liquid fuels tax were not to be a part of the revenue collections in the government of Guam. He says the fund is already kind of upside down. A couple of things that you might be interested in attending besides the jiu-jitsu seminar with Bryant Pangilinan, the Guam Chamber of Commerce's Small Business Focus and Development Committee. Doesn't that sound like the new agency that the governor has put together? The Office of Infrastructure, Policy, and Direction for $950,000. And then you got the Guam Chamber of Commerce Small Business Focus and Development Committee. Yeah, they go hand in hand, inviting you to an informative seminar on work-life balance scheduled for tomorrow, 8:30 to 10 at the gallery at the Hilton. I'm kind of interested in this because one of the guys that's doing the speaking is somebody that we've had on the radio here many times, Andre Bainham. You remember Andre when he was a teacher?
Oh, how could I forget Andre?
He was he'd come up and hang out with us and talk
Very
about
vocal.
just how
Yeah.
awful the government of Guam was. It didn't matter whose administration. It was always something that he was chiming in about. I want to say he was going to run for office, but they were going to make him quit his job. I think that might have been the case. We are pleased to announce our guest speaker is Andre Bainham, IHP Behavioral Health. He will speak on finding balance with work, family, and life by understanding resiliency, recognizing the factors to build and sustain resilience in your life, and learning how resiliency can help you with anxieties and your overall health. There are going to be some people for whom this is going to be a valuable seminar, and I'll tell you right now, I love Andre. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. I think I've got a pretty good handle on the work-life balance. You know, it's easy when you're a bachelor, right? Because you can pretty much call your own shots.
You do,
and when you're managing partner of the company, you can also you own your own language, so you can decide what's work and what's not work. So when I was hanging out with Bob Kelly the other night, drinking beer over at Carabao, work.
Yeah,
that was work.
That was work.
That was definitely work. Yeah, because we talked about work stuff.
Okay, yeah, of
I
course.
said the word antenna more than once or twice. I use technical terms like exciter and
I've been
PA.
up there a lot too, man.
Yeah.
I see people hanging on the antenna thing up. I don't know who they are, but they're up there.
That's not our guys.
And they're waving.
That's not our guys. You know what they're doing up there? That's not work.
No, man, it's crazy.
They're what they're doing because a lot of people go up to that Channel 10 area for making out.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Wheelchair or not. And so
Okay.
the guys are up there because you get a better view on top of that tower. Actually, they're moving a bunch of cellular stuff around. 8:54 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number. We were earlier talking about Shanghai and the 25 million people. Try to imagine in your head, as crowded as Guam can get to be from time to time. 25 million people in one place. And they are on lockdown. And there is nothing anybody can do about it. They are facing food shortages, disruptions in medical care, censorship as well during the lockdown. China's biggest wave of infection since early 2020. Authorities extended the lockdown after Shanghai reported 13,000 new cases the other day. Bottom line, China's zero COVID policy has saved countless lives. Good Lord, but the toll, can you imagine? The extreme measures required to fully contain the highly transmissible Omicron variant are causing other kinds of suffering. And that's the part that kind of freaks me out about this, is they got 25 million people on lockdown because they're worried about the fast spread of Omicron. But really, and think about our experience with Omicron, wasn't all that bad. I mean, you think about when I got COVID, I was bragging about that the other day to somebody that knows a thing or two about medicine, and said, my God, I think I was sick for a total of about 6 or 7 hours. Popped a couple of Tylenols, fever broke almost immediately, and the only thing I had after that was a little bit of a scratchy and sore throat for a few days. Did 2 3-hour shows, and then by Wednesday we were back in the pink on the program. So I don't know. I mean, this is the way the Omicron is supposed to work, guys. Maybe somebody needs to send China a note. Just let it spread, and everybody will get herd immunity. And you too, in 2 weeks, can go back to not wearing a mask outside. Isn't that great? Cousin Troy from Canada online here this morning. Hey, cuz, how you doing?
Hi, good morning. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you guys doing?
We're okay. Did you sleep in this morning because you guys were doing ladies' night over at Pari's place?
No, I didn't. I'm not drinking until Holy Saturday, but no, I didn't sleep in this morning. I've been to the gym.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering what you were up to these days, because I did see the post about ladies' night over at Pari's place, and unfortunately I got it too late, bud. You got to get me those things early in the day so I can, whatever plans I got, I can break. You know what I mean?
Well, I think tonight is 80s night.
What?
80s night. That's kind of our jam.
Mine for sure. Yeah.
Well,
so wait.
I grew up in the Reagan era.
Yeah. So now, who's the cute DJ that was in the poster from yesterday?
I do not pay attention to those sorts of things.
My God, where's Johnny? Where's Johnny? Where's Deanne? Get me somebody that pays attention. Oh, that's right, gay cousin Troy. All right, no, but we're not paying attention to the chicks. All right, some interesting stuff on the candidate that came out yesterday as well. In addition to the great posters and things like that you're spreading around for our friends over at Pari's place, and I swear I'm going to go in there. Now there is this story here, and Miguel Bradalio's picture is on it. GW claims it has the power to seize private property.
Yeah, that was in a July 27, 2016 meeting of the Guam Ancestral Lands Commission.
Mm-hmm.
We're going through the midst of it. You have to go through all this stuff regarding the Northern District Wastewater Treatment Plant.
Correct.
And as he was trying to convince the commissioners to support draft legislation that would turn over properties to GWA or allow for sale of properties to GWA, he makes this comment that we can condemn the land, but we don't want to go through that. And so I looked at that and I was like, I didn't know that Guam Water Authority can condemn land. So I looked at the Organic Act first, and I couldn't find anything that says that. Like, I actually couldn't find anything that said anything about a eminent domain. There was something about condemnation of land as it related to the U.S. Navy and the government of Guam. And anyway, so
Bob Klitsky had an extensive talk on that yesterday on the program around 5.
I heard it. Yes.
Yeah.
In item K, it's like 1421K or something like that. It's sort of like our version of the Bill of Rights, the U.S. Constitution's Bill of Rights. There's the thing about you cannot take private property without fair. It says in the Organic Act fair compensation, but it doesn't go into anything. So I looked at Guam Code Annotated, and on Title 21, it was like a Chapter 15 or something like that. The eminent domain is laid out, like what's supposed to happen, and nowhere in there does it say that GWA has this power. It says that the governor of Guam can initiate these things, that the legislature needs to authorize the money for just compensation for eminent domain, and that the proceedings need to happen through the Superior Court of Guam, but nothing about GWA having that kind of power. And so I emailed Miguel Bradalio, and I was like, hey, Can you let me know if I'm missing something in the law? Is like, do you guys have some place, some statute where it says that you're allowed to condemn land? I didn't respond.
No response?
No response.
Anybody surprised by that?
The funniest part was the Attorney General's office saying, we don't know. Go ask GWA's legal counsel. Like, how are you the Attorney General's office and you don't know about eminent domain and condemnation of land laws on this island? What is that?
Yeah. That ought to be, and considering the nature of the topic, number one, and considering in other places where, frankly, I think there ought to be properties that are condemned for the greater good. I wish we'd gotten better on that. Every time I drive through Teetson, I go, it was a mistake to give some of this land back to the original landowners. They've turned it into slum, basically, or they've just let it go to pot. And there should be a gleaming piece of blacktop ribbon that goes from Cars Plus all the way over to the Home Depot, and so that there would be an alternative to getting stuck in traffic on Marine Corps Drive and Route 8.
Yeah, I wish there was actually like a freeway that took you from the middle of Barragata into Tumuning rather than having to waste a lot of gas.
Well, that was actually part of the idea was to be able to have another central artery, and the money was set aside, and that was my understanding of one of the reasons why the Navy gave the land back to the people of Guam so that we could do this and eventually have it help support the military buildup.
Yeah.
Anyway, tough stuff out there. Oh my God! Look, it's after 9 o'clock in the morning. I got to break into some Fox News. Tell the guys over at Pari's I got the Ladies' Night poster up, and if they've got one for the 80s, to send it in. All right.
Then we'll send it over.
All right, I'll talk to you pretty soon. There's Cousin Troy from Candid News. We got to go from that news to this news from Fox.
Officials and the president has signed an executive order preventing any new U.S. investments in Russia. America is listening to Fox News.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit GTA.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Half a day. This is Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. Gas prices continue to rise and we are here to help. We have revised Programan Salapi to provide a $300 direct cash assistance payment to most households. We heard your struggle and we hope this relief will help during these difficult times. Applications will be accepted starting Tuesday, March 15, 2022. For more information, visit doa.guam.gov.
This ad is paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
A new video appears to show that Al-Qaeda's leader is alive.
The head of Al-Qaeda apparently makes a rare video appearance. Ayman al-Zawahiri, who was rumored to have possibly died, appearing in the footage circulated Tuesday and translated by SITE Intelligence Group, which monitors jihadist websites. In it, the terror leader praises an Indian Muslim woman who in February defied a hijab ban. Previous videos of him don't clearly ID the time they were recorded, and in this one, there's no indication of his location, which raises questions about whether Al-Qaeda has a presence in Afghanistan. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Federal judge has acquitted Matthew Martin of New Mexico on charges he illegally entered the U.S. Capitol during the riot and engaged in disorderly conduct. He's the third Capitol riot defendant to be acquitted. Amazon Music is raising its prices starting next month.
Its Prime members will have to pay $8.99 a month or $89 annually for access to Amazon Music Unlimited, which is up from $7.99 a month and $79 a year. In addition, the Amazon Music single device plan is changing, increasing to $4.99 a month from $3.99. That plan lets users listen to the full library, but only from a single Echo or Fire TV device. The move comes weeks after Amazon increased its Prime subscription prices for the first time in 4 years to $139 from $119 annually. Amazon said that the new price increases were necessary to help bring even more content and features.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. This year's Grammys telecasted everything you'd want in an award show, lots of star power and performances, but it still didn't draw many TV viewers. Nielsen reports Sunday's audience was just under 9.6 million, a 4% increase over last year. The bump up was expected, though, given that last year's show was during the pandemic. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with Daily Insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank, it all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When one of my family members needs to be seen by a medical provider for an illness or injury that's not life-threatening but still requires immediate medical care, I go to the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. With convenient hours, no appointment needed, and medical providers I trust, I know my loved ones are receiving quality medical care. I trust the FHP Health Center Urgent Care. You can too. For more information, go to www.fhpguam.com. FHP Health Center, the island's only truly dedicated urgent care.
Unified Communications, UC, is the next step in a business phone system. Introducing Docomo Pacific UC, your business phone. Instant messaging, video, voicemail, fax, and more. All unified on one platform and delivered through the cloud. Merge your desk phone with your mobile device. Turn voice calls into video conference. UC reduces phone costs. UC boosts productivity. Work better together with Docomo Pacific UC.
Wendy's bringing an addition to their perfect Lenten meal. For a limited time only, Wendy's is serving its crisp Ponko fish fillet on a platter. Wild-caught Alaskan fish fillet, fluffy rice, and freshly chopped garden salad. Ponko-crusted fish fillet platter. Quick, simple quality at Wendy's. Now that's better. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Real Talk Radio is back.
Yeah.
Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
The radio station of Mega World Resorts. I like it when I talk like that. 7 after 9. Ray Gibson Show. What is it, Thursday? Are we that much closer to Friday?
Yes, Friday, Junior.
Oh, my God. So get it out of your system here today, guys. If you got that Nick Perlowski growl that's, you just feel it welling up in you, and you're going, there's going to be something to growl about here today. You don't have to look too far. Front page of the news here says outdoor mask mandate to end April 19th. And somebody's asking on the Facebook Live side, asking, I'd like to see that mandate. Where's the outdoor mask mandate? Is it written? Which one of the guidance memos from the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service, which one of those actually has the mask mandate in it? Now, I'd like to say that I can go through all of the different memos, guidance memos that have come out of the Department of Public Health, but I'm just way too lazy to do that. Just have not got the inspiration to go and find it. I'm sure it's there, because otherwise, what the hell is she going to lift? And you might be asking yourself, well, I don't know what the hell she's going to lift, because none of us have been wearing our mask outside at all anyway. Now, guys like Ron McNinch, maybe. We'll find out
At
together.
UOG, you got to wear it outside.
Is on the line. Oh, I'm sure of it. You know, hey, you know what I found out? Is you can drink beer over at the GFA.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they don't want you smoking or vaping, but nobody was checking my cooler for Mick Ultras. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not that I brought them with me and drank them while I watched my daughter play beach volleyball. Also ate mangoes. Apparently that's legal as well. Dr. Ron McNinch joining me on the program. Welcome, Doc.
Hey, half a day, Ray. Half a day, Guam.
So have you been wearing your mask outdoors?
Depends on where I'm at a lot of the time. So if I'm in an open general space, like, whatever, but like if I'm on campus, because on campus you're supposed to wear it everywhere.
Yeah.
And so that's, there's different places have different rules.
Did you ask anybody why, if I'm on campus and I'm outside, I have to wear it? Did anybody, like the security guy, go, well, let me tell you what I learned from Dr. Fauci about mask wearing outdoors?
Well, I think at least in my understanding of it, and I think it's kind of important. What happens is a lot of times the walk between the parking lot and the door is like 30, 40 feet. And so when you get out of your car, you just put on your mask, and then you go in the building, and also there are students coming and going, and they see the example also and are reminded to wear their mask in the building.
Oh, what a bunch of crap. What?
Well,
so not the practical effect of preventing the spread of COVID-19 or really any other sickness. Never mind that. That's secondary because we've got to set an example. It's like the ridiculousness of Chanel, Janelle Carrera in the studio yesterday wearing a mask. This is a mask-free zone. I've already had COVID-19. She's not going to get it from me. I'm not going to get it from her. But she wore the mask because that was part of her job over at Public Health. Total kabuki, total showtime. As you know, just the theater, if you will.
Well, just and we're talking in general about this. I have to say, for me, I'm worried about the flu just as much as I am COVID, and so
Well, get a flu shot.
Flu.
Go see the curly-haired doctor over at IHP and go get a flu shot from her.
Every year I get the flu shot that I'm supposed to. Every time I'm supposed to get the pneumonia shot. I don't know if you had that. It's really good, and so I think that I get all the shots I'm supposed to. But I think also just I'm in a lot worse health than you are, though, Ray. I mean, to be blunt, I mean my personal health conditions.
You don't drink enough beer.
They're probably 10 years older than you in terms of quality of health. So. I have, and we're about the same age. We're like within a year or two of each other.
Right.
And so for me, it's a personal choice, and I'll take the shots that I need to, and do the things that or even kind of may seem to some over the top, but they're kind of important. But I'll tell you, I think that April 18th, the federal government's supposed to end the airline mask mandate. They extended it from before.
Yes, they did.
We'll see if they end it. I think that the thing that, and this is my take on that, is I believe in industries regulating themselves on these things, and more than the government regulating them, because they should be doing best practice according to their industry standard. And I believe in giving companies the power to do the best thing possible.
Well, absolutely. There's not one company that should take anything at face value from anybody in the government anymore. If part of your product pitch to your customers is we are safe, then by all means keep the plexiglass up there and sanitize everything the second somebody even looks at it, and do all of those mitigations that some people, I think the Kool-Aid drinkers and the ones that are truly hypnotized by the fear porns will continue to support those businesses. For me, I just think it's funny when I go someplace and I'm asked for contact tracing information, and I'm going, really? You don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, but we want to. We've gotten so used to it. Here's the paperwork, and so I need your name and a contact number, and then I give them your name and your contact information. But if that's part of the pitch, then that's part of the pitch. The same, and they can choose, they can be as heavy-handed as they want to be about it, or they can just say, look, we don't care about masks, we don't care about social distancing. We think COVID-19 is just a glorified version of the flu. So come in, eat or drink or shop at your own risk, like it was before.
And there is one other little side element to that, and that is often the people tasked with doing these tracing things and stuff like that, they're the lowest levels possible. And I don't know why people get mad at people like that. They're just doing their job they've been assigned to do by their company. And I'm kind of I don't know why people get mad at staff sometimes for just following the rules they're supposed to follow from higher ups. If they got a problem, go to the higher up folks or whomever.
I'd like to see the pilot. I'd like to see the pilot. I don't want to wear a mask on the plane. Show me the pilot.
Oh God.
Well, you wrote about that. It's in your column this morning in the Guam Daily Post, and we've briefly touched on that last week when you came back. That is a factor of almost every violent case that is happening on airplanes right now. Air rage is either the result of alcohol or feeling passengers feel like they're getting bullied by the flight attendants.
Yeah, and in my case, in retrospect, and this is my suggestion to everybody, if you are going to fly before this mandate's lifted, go and buy the best fitting mask you can. And so what happened in my case is my good fitting masks all broke. I was given a replacement. The replacement didn't work right. And when I would sleep, it would pop off, and I wouldn't know it. And I wasn't trying to give anybody a hard time. I wasn't trying to give the flight attendants a hard time. I wasn't trying to be a defiant, person with it. And I kind of feel a bit guilty that, that I in retrospect, I wasn't smart enough to figure out I should have asked for another mask. That's part of it. Is I should have made the connection, but when you're like in the middle of sleep and
I know it, but and the long and short of it, and going back to masking outdoors, they've done the studies and have found that the airplane travel by itself, the fact that you were sitting in an airplane and it's got advanced air handling and air sanitization features built into them already, make airplanes among the least friendly for COVID transmission. Same thing with the outdoors. I was looking for studies, and you can trust this because this is from the NPR, this is from National Public Radio, so this is the truth. As discovered by the NPR guys, all these people driving around in Priuses. Studies conducted prior to Omicron show that being outside greatly reduces your risk of infection with coronavirus. One review of studies concluded that the odds of indoor transmission is 19 times higher than outdoor transmission. A study of 64 college football games during the 2020 season involving 1,190 athletes found zero spread of COVID during gameplay based on 3 post-game PCR tests over the course of the week. So the answer is outdoors, whether you're wearing a mask or not, it doesn't make any difference. It's a lousy place to get and receive COVID-19, so don't bother with the masks. So the idea that there is even a mask mandate to lift on April the 19th is beyond absurd. But we've gotten used to beyond absurd around here, and everybody's. I can see it now. There's going to be people on the 19th when they lift this mask mandate. People in social media go, "Thank you, Governor, for lifting the mask mandate for wearing masks outdoors."
Hey, I got a great bumper song for you for until this happens. Let the sunshine in.
Oh well, he'll be back tomorrow afternoon from South Korea.
No, that's what kills the coronavirus. They said it was sunshine. And so, that's and then maybe there's a connection. I remember reading a study about the 1920 pandemic and how therapeutic and important sunshine was to fighting the virus back then, and just how helpful it is for everyone's health. So in a way, I agree. There's some connection between being outdoors, being in the sun, being breathing fresh air. There are all these little elements that come into play, and then finding the right policy balance for it all, is the hard part. And it can be frustrating for everybody. And the other thing is just.
Well, hold on. You use the word here, frustrating, and that's where I'm flustered here. The idea that now we've been certified as low, using whatever numbers and metrics come to us from the CDC, which we listen to when we feel like listening to the CDC. So we are in this low region now. The community COVID-19 community level is what they refer to, and now we're going to use that to justify waiting out 14 days from yesterday's certification until April the 19th to end the outdoor mask mandate. Then, if we're still good boys and girls for another 14 days, then they'll lift the mask mandate for indoors. And then we're supposed to all be normal after that, right? But there's no discussion there about ending the public health executive orders, the public health emergency. There's nothing in here about lifting that. And I think that's the frustration. We need to get past all of this, let people get sick on their own, let people prevent themselves getting sick on their own, and move on with our community, our lives, and our businesses. Done. Over. Finish. You did it. You did a good job. You saved thousands of lives. Okay, now let's get back to work.
I've always said this. We have to let our leaders change their minds sometimes and not penalize them for it. And for all we know, the governor could change her mind in the next day or two. We just don't know that yet.
No.
But we can hope.
No. Come on, Ron. How long have you lived here? How long have you lived here? You remember when we went to 6% BPT and the line from the legislature is, "We are the legislature. We know better than you." You remember that? You remember who said it?
I don't want to speak ill, but I do.
Okay. It was the duo that ran things over at the legislature, speaker and a lady that was in charge of rules. You remember? I'm sorry, 9:19 in the morning. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Listen, I'm going to let you go before we both get in trouble and you at least get uninvited from all kinds of other stuff because you're backing me up here
Wait.
on non-state-run media.
Anything. I never get invited to anything, Ray. If I only went places I was invited, I'd never go anywhere at all.
At 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning, what you got to do is beat me every once in a while. I never know when you're free, so I don't know if I can just reach out. But if you're not doing something tonight, Cousin Troy said Pari's Place is going to be doing an 80s night.
Hey, all right.
All right. Now, there's a very, very good possibility that you might see me there.
What is Pari's Place?
It's the old Social. It's the old Bells.
Okay.
Do you know? Am I helping? All right. So if you get to the Infusion next to Docomo, you've gone too far. So back it up. It's in the City Hill building.
Got it. I know where that is.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 888-825. If you don't know, City Hill building is one of the first big buildings that was there. That was made out of concrete.
Oh, so it's an old building.
Oh,
huh?
yeah. We watched that grow up. I mean, I was going to say Mana and I watched it grow up, but she was just born when they laid down the foundation of that. Actually, big sister Shelly and I watched that. It was the first time in our young lives that we associated with Korean people. The building was built by the Hyundai.
Oh, okay.
I believe the Hyundai Corporation, and so they came out and I don't want to say there was a barracks there, but there was a building that a guy slept in because they didn't want anybody stealing anything, copper wire or rebar in the middle of the night. So there was a guy that kept guard on the thing at night, and then of course during the day these a whole legion of Korean guys, and Shelly and I, just little kids from Guam, and this is in the 1970s. We weren't used to seeing Asians at all. But all of a sudden, okay, we got these Koreans. They're like Japanese, except they're different, and they eat kimchi. And it's the first time you get around that kimchi smell when you're a kid, and you just wow. Now you crave it. Now you're going, where can I get some more of that kind of thing? And you go, and you ever notice like when a cool Korean place opens up, and then it's the one you can't get a chair in there for like a year until another cool Korean place opens up as well. 9:22 in the morning. You know what else is? While I'm on the subject, I think about this now. Is how I think Fall Down Easy. Some of the food is to prepare yourself. If you've got the ingredients, if you got the spices and all of that stuff, it's relatively easy to get. But why would you bother making kimchi when you can buy it for $1.49 at any Payless?
Too easy.
The little one with the peel off top, and it's exactly the right amount. It's exactly the right amount. Put that on rice, have that with some spicy steak, and you are good to go. My mouth is watering just talking about it. 9:22. Maybe I take care of a sponsor here, but earlier today, I put up a graphic that I got from Rudy Rodolfo and the guys over at Burger King because they've got something new. 33rd anniversary is coming up, so they've got Whopper Melts. Toasted, cheesy, melty. There's a bacon Whopper melt, a Whopper melt. Let me zoom in on that. And a spicy Whopper melt.
That looks good, man.
Rudy, oh, my God. Rudy, if you're listening, I'm down for the spicy Whopper melt. It will be the one meal that I eat today. I want to get into. I want to bite into that and bite into the jalapeno. You see that big crispy thing of jalapeno right there?
I do.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's totally available to everybody. The commercials are supposed to start on the 8th, but today's only the 7th. So
that's a different bun too, Ray. It looks like a sourdough.
Yes, it does look like a sourdough.
Hey.
I know it. I know it. You're looking at this thing, going, can we keep it? Can we just have this at the BK all the time? 9:23 in the morning. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Let's see who's playing around on the onlines here. Pat Saho is there. Jay Dewan, Bill Marino. There's Geronimo Matsumiya. Geronimo Matsumiya. Watching the program today. Sandra Regis is there. Roland Sondia, Ron, Lenny Cruz, Mike Takano, Mike Grace, who reminded me in this. He says, tell you a secret. Bruce kicked Chuck's butt. I put that the thing up on the screen about Chuck Norris, making jokes about Will Smith's wife and all of that stuff, and they have that. But Bruce Lee's dead though. Chuck Norris is alive. That's the thing. James Lujan is there. Luke K. Dave Duenas, public hearing, repeal, terminate the liquid fuel tax. Roger L. Polonio is online. Raspberry. Just what we need, another government agency. Well, apparently the idea behind this other government agency that we've got here is to help manage the spend of all of what's left of the American Rescue Plan funds. There used to be a whole lot that was set aside for the hospital, but they've apparently been moving that around and spending, I think, an incredible amount of money on child care. Like that's the big thing that everybody has to worry about is child care. $500,000 here to a bunch of these child care facilities, and now expanding the eligibility of folks. I'm just concerned that that's just going to make the prices go up. Jeff Colburn says, I suspect this 28 days was more about giving the governor time to spend as much of the PHE funds they've got access to versus just losing the funds by ending the emergency immediately like all of the other states did. Wang Zhenwen is online. Ken Loon, Bonnie Suba. I got Phil Shruggy, Martin Mendoza, Gene Net, sir. Maybe better Guam make deal with Chinese. Prisoners get to fly and serve their term there. Imagine the fear of getting in trouble and the cost savings of having to take care of people. I'm down for whatever. First of all, I don't think there's a silver bullet. I don't think there's one thing that we can do here that is going to help manage the criminal population that we have. I think that's a generational thing. I think there's just some people in the 70s gave up on raising their kids properly, and it shows. People have embraced the idea of not necessarily working for what they have, because the government's been giving out money and food stamps for an awful long time, and people have gotten used to that generation after generation after generation. And then now, since we don't have to worry about working all the time, and since most of the grocery bills and everything else is covered by the government, let's find another way to do recreation. Marijuana, okay. And then some of the guys go from that, say, I need something heavier, and find crystal methamphetamine, from which is almost impossible to get out from under. So we've got a bunch of folks that comfortably poor, I want to say. Maybe that's a way to do that. I think that's the way they put it in Japan, where people are making just enough from whatever meager job that they've got and from their government, and that's all. This is it. This is all. I got money left over at the end of the day for beer and dope, and that's all I need. Comfortably poor, and so I think there's that generational issue that needs to be addressed. We've let it go too long, and now we're stuck with what we've got. But when it comes to punishment, I was raised by nuns, and there was no arguing with the teacher. You were wrong if she said you were wrong, and if you were going to be punished, you were going to be punished, son. And sometimes that meant something as embarrassing as her drawing a circle on the blackboard, and you put your nose on that, which meant that your butt was facing the rest of the classroom. You were literally the butt of the joke, and that was the easy stuff. There was the knuckles getting wrapped, and as I got to be older, I discovered the unique forms of humiliation and torture in what at Father Duenas was called JUG, Justice Under God. And the idea there wasn't so that you were, out there doing something that was dangerous. How dangerous could it be with the dull machetes that we were handed? It was the humiliation of being out there doing jug while all the rest of your friends were splitting, going to check out the chicks at Academy. You were at the school in your T-shirt doing something that had absolutely no redeeming social value whatsoever, other than to punish you. And what's the modern day equivalent of that? I don't know. I'd like to see guys sent to penal colonies. Here, we're going to fly you up to Pagan and just drop you off with a Swiss Army knife and a gallon of fresh water.
What's that movie with Dustin Hoffman where they were on that island and it was in a prison, and he jumps off to get
Gallipoli.
away?
Yeah. Him and Mel Gibson were in that movie. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Just like that.
Yeah, strap the coconuts together so we can, and they will float, and maybe we'll look. Yeah, just something like that. Look, it's happened in the past, and then they say, well, I don't want to go and live up on Pagan with a Swiss Army knife and a gallon of water. Okay, then whatever it is that you're doing all those drugs you're peddling, all those cars you're breaking into, knock that off. Because the next time you're going up there, we need harder core judges like we had back in those days, and a firm fear of men and women in uniform. You didn't need to see MC Cruz to know that he was on the road. Because if he was on the road, all the traffic on whatever road he was on, 35 miles an hour. Everybody, because if you went 36 miles an hour, you were going to get a ticket, and you were going to probably go in front of Judge Abadi, who would number one take you through the. I'd been in his courtroom for traffic court. Oh my God, you'd get these guys. I remember one day I was in there. Sorry, I'm just babbling now, but I remember one day I was in there, and because imagine that I got a traffic ticket when I was a young lad, and there was a guy in there, American fella, long hair, kind of. What is it? Corps, not the Marine Corps.
Peace Corps.
Peace Corps guy. Peace Corps kind of guy. You know, long
Granola.
Hippie guy. Lola Granola's husband. And he lipped off to the judge. He said, "Well, not guilty, sir." Because he thought he was going to do one of those things. Well, yeah, I'm not guilty. You're going to have to bring in the police officer. Police officer's going to have to testify that what he wrote down on that ticket is true. And Judge Abadi said, "Oh, okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. Bailiff, take him to the lockup and have him stay there until we can find the officer that wrote the ticket, who's probably out on a 12-hour shift." And the guy immediately starts swallowing his words, like, no, that's okay. I'll plead guilty. And Abadi was, nope, too late. To the jail with you.
I like that, man.
That was the guy. And people were afraid of the criminal justice system back then, and I think we've gotten ourselves into a point where nobody is afraid of it, and everybody just kind of just goes along with impunity because they know they can read, and they listen, and they go, oh, that guy got nailed by the cops for getting in a fight at the skate park, and he's already out. He's already out. They already let him out. Well, they said, we might do a trial sometime in the next 3 years, so don't go anywhere and be a good boy. I think that's one of the things that we've got to get to is find a way to build in the fear of the criminal justice system, the fear of the punishment. That's what kept me a good boy all these years. Is it not so much that I was, afraid of breaking the law or anything like that. I was afraid that I was going to be punished that way. That keeps me on the straight and narrow right about now. Ken LG's back on the line. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning. I have to share my MC Cruz story with you because I'm a little older than you.
That guy chased me from Dededo to the airport once. I was going so fast he caught up to me, but he eventually got me. He didn't give me a ticket. He gave me a lecture. He says, I know your boy. He had kind of a voice like this, and boy, I know your dad. I know your dad. You think your dad wants you driving around like this? Well, you want me to do so you get in an accident? You want me to have to go to your dad and tell him I found your broken bodies?
Well, my story is back in the old days when you wanted a motorcycle permit, you had to pass a test over there at the old inspection station, which is in the Ganya Swamp where the Ganya Mayor's office is. I remember that, yeah. So there were a whole bunch of us sitting there on our bikes waiting. And then MC Cruz comes up on that big, huge, honking electric glide, weaves in and out of the pylons, and then comes to a complete stop for about 30 seconds. And the whole time he's doing that, his right leg is gone. And then after his 30 seconds, he very casually, with his left foot, put down his kickstand, leaned on the bike, then he put his right leg back on. And then he got off the bike and looked at all of us standing there and says, all right, that goes to show you that this test is not impossible. It can be done. And those of you who can't do it have to wait 30 days before you can
test it again. Yeah. Those were the olden days.
Yeah, those were the olden days. So, I mean, MC Cruz, I mean, you could probably do a whole show on stories like that with that man.
Well, I knew him obviously from traffic stops and stuff like that. He knew the family and certainly knew my old band and the other guys that helped put together the Reserve Corps that they had back in the olden days. Him, guys like Mike McClure, Diane Strong, Dave Eckert, all a part of those kinds of programs. 9:34 in the morning, so we knew each other. But I also knew him as the bouncer at the Reef Hotel.
Oh.
He was the bouncer at the top of the Reef Hotel, and he made a deal with me. He'd let me in. I was, 16, 17, goofing off with a bunch of guys, and we'd show up at the Reef Hotel. He knew I was a minor, but he let me in. He's just make you a deal, boy. I don't want you drinking, and I don't want you getting into any trouble while you're up here. And so he'd let me in, but he also let me in because he knew I was usually traveling with a bunch of good-looking girls that were also minors, and he made the club look crowded. You know what I mean? And he'd kind of look the other way and usher us in with the deal that we didn't drink and we didn't start any fights. 9:34 in the morning. Terrific guy. His son-in-law is a friend of mine. Worked together for many years over at Guam Cable TV. But great family, great guy, and a great example of a certain kind, I suppose, of community policing. Even though they didn't, I don't think, had a phrase for it back in those days. But Guam small enough so that everybody kind of knew each other, and it was it takes a village, right? So MC Cruz catching me, leaving my girlfriend's house in Mataguac, racing through Dededo and Upper Tumon, and then into the Tamuning area, finally catching me. And when he opened the door, he didn't need to see my driver's license. He knew who I was.
Yep. Well, back in those days, under Richard Titano, who was the police chief at the time, he created a program that did embrace community policing. He called it the Victor program, and he had officers assigned to key villages on a 24/7 basis. And they worked very, very closely with the mayors. And one of my friends became one. He was Victor Manilo, and he was responsible for working with the mayor, and they had a strong partnership, because it was a 24/7. If the mayor needed anything done, enforcement-wise or citation-wise, or, even hauling off vehicles back in those days, because remember, the impound lot was back there by the safety inspection.
Yep.
So if a car was abandoned in the vehicle or creating an eyesore or something like that, they would call the local Victor. I think there was one in Agate, one in Barragata, one in Dedido, and one in Interhoney. I don't remember, but they would call them, and they would come out and write the tickets. They would come out and have the vehicles towed away. They were the ones that would call animal control and have dogs removed, because we had a big stray dog problem back in those days. And back then, most of the kids that lived in the villages actually walked to the schools in the villages. They didn't ride a bus inside the village. So the Victor, the police were very, very prominent in working with animal control to get those dogs off the streets. It's a shame we don't have that program. Well, instead, we have airport police, harbor police, Guam police, and disenfranchised.
It was a different time. Some people ask, what's the big difference? I think one of the big differences is that the population of Guam has gotten so much bigger for a lot of different reasons. Lots of different cultures that now call Guam home, and not a whole lot of time for a lot of assimilation to begin. Somebody was asking me the other day, and you're old enough to remember when all of a sudden we had all kinds of Palauans that were running around in town. And they kind of had their own enclaves, but they also did a great job of assimilating in the community, and I think will defend to their deaths, the place that they have earned in the community here on Guam. I mean, I went to school with Murphys and Adelbais and Jose's and all kinds of other folks from the Palauan community that are now, I feel like, dual citizens, right? I mean, it's like everybody knows them here. You go down to Palau, everybody knows them down there as well,
Yeah, and you hit the key point right there about staffing levels, because back in the 70s, we had something like 230 police officers on the police department, and we had a population of around 60,000, and here we are we're at 153 now, according to the 2020 census. And let's
go back to 75,000. Let's go back to 75. If you don't like it here, please leave, so we can take the population back to something that's a little bit more manageable for the rest of us. Hey, I gotta go. I got the headline I want to cover from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, who was in an exclusive interview in Saipan's number 2 newspaper. So I'm going to bring that to the listeners in a second.
Looking forward to it.
All right, buddy. I'll see you later. That's Ken LG, KenLeonGuerrero.online if you're interested in learning about him and his distinguished life in public service here on Guam, one way or the other. What have I got? The Jung Ang headline reads, PCR test support, free quarantine when positive, this country that serves Koreans. And what country are they talking about? The country of Guam. And it's an exclusive interview, they say, with a face that you will recognize the second I put it up on the screen. Who's that? Former governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, and that's the guy. That's the Cortec dude. That's the guy from Cortec.
The man.
Yeah. Whose name is, I cannot remember right now.
I can't remember it right now either.
Neither one of us?
It's
Okay, so I'm going to play the commercial and read the article. I'll be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743. Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees, like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the second floor of Two Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Thanks so much. 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. I get 20 minutes to remind you about an incredible deal going on right now at Nissan on the 2021. They get a couple of models that they have not yet eliminated from the lot. Their 2021 Nissan Kicks and the Nissan Titan. Nissan Titan, great truck, America's best truck, warranty, 5-year, 100,000 miles, just about everything covered, most standard safety features in its class. We talk about a safe ride. You need to check out the Kicks. It is also one of the nation's safest rides. Blind spot warning, standard. Rear cross traffic alert, standard. All kinds of other technology that they've got. I mean, they're not the only ones in the game. A lot of other cars come with them, but they come with them as options. They are built-in standard part of the process with the 2021 Nissan Kicks. So if you've got somebody that you want to make sure will survive the ride, make sure that you test drive a 2021 Nissan Kick or the Titan today at NissanGuam.com. Dave Sublime says, you're a smart dummy. The name of the guy that I can't remember is Ho Un from Mr. Ho from Cortec. Now, he's a Cortec guy, but also the Tourism Board's Korea Marketing Committee chairman, and they have visited the land of Korea. Recently, it says a large number of executives from the Guam Government Tourism Administration visited Korea from the 21st of last month as the duty to self-quarantine for foreign arrivals from Korea disappeared. An emergency meeting was convened, and they boarded a flight to Korea. This is to discuss ways to attract Korean tourists with the Korean government and companies. They're an important country for Guam before the corona crisis. 750,000 Koreans visited Guam a year, accounting for 45% of the total number of tourists. Now, I might be able to throw this link up. Might also show up there. But they do an interview with former Governor Gutierrez. I cannot say that I've fully recovered from Corona still. From now on, I'm trying to revitalize the tourism industry. From October last year to March this year, 4,854 tourists visited Guam. Of these, 7,731 are Koreans. And then they talk about Korean Airlines and things like that. There's the governor. I've seen that look on his face a million times. Is Guam safe from Corona? And the answer is going to be, yeah, it absolutely is. And, ooh, look at, there's a shot of a pretty Two Lovers Point. Is it okay not to wear a mask in Guam? The obligation to wear a mask outdoors has been removed. The same goes for outdoor pool. However, you must wear a mask indoors, and gatherings up to 250 people are allowed. Obviously, this could change by the time many of the Koreans that are reading this find a way to get to Guam. I want to get to the part, and it is the real sell with these guys, is the part where if you are a Korean tourist and might need a test in order to get back into to Korea, that's something that GVB is going to pick up. First of all, the flight time is short. If you're traveling to Guam, you can rent a car and drive with a Korean driver's license. Driving direction is the same. Above all, many people in Korea want to feel luxury and nature at the same time. This is because duty-free shops, restaurants, and shopping arcades are directly connected to the hotel, city, and sea. Guam is a special place for both Americans and Asians. Okay, so that's not the set. Okay, man. I'm looking for the part. Maybe it's in there, maybe it's not. But the idea is that Governor Gutierrez being recognized by the journalists there in that part of the world for not doing this by wire. Yeah, I mean, because we could have done this with emails. We could have done it on Zoom.
High touch.
High touch. Thank you very much. That's the deal. And there is nothing and nobody that is more convincing in person than Carl Gutierrez. So I anticipate that this is going to be of a major success, this trip, and we've already got some pictures up in the media, and I think this is going to be a good thing. Thank you, Carl, for your getting that done. 944-888-5588 TALK is the telephone number around these parts. There have been some changes. Looking around the table of contents, is it time for me to do that? The examination of the table of contents to see what's in there. The thing is, I'm afraid that if I go back over the table of contents, I'll just start growling again about the nature of the headlines in the newspaper. All right, tell you what. Every time I do this, I pick up the Post and I look at the outdoor mask mandate to be lifted on April the 19th. See, even Carl Gutierrez is under the impression that you don't have to wear a mask outside. He just told everybody in Korea, no, you don't have to wear a mask outside. Well, somebody tell the governor, because apparently they are not getting to her the information that she needs on a daily basis. Page 1 of today's Pacific Daily News. Governor surprised by the resolution. None of the sponsors have notified me and given me the courtesy and I think the respect to inform me this is coming down the pipes. Senator Chris Duenas introduced Resolution 291. Governor goes on to say if the legislature had come to her first about the resolution, she would have been able to educate them on the consequences. Imagine that. Wait a second. And as Marie points out in the YouTube side, that was kind of the whole point of Bill 11, and you vetoed that, remember? MC Cruz, Booney Dog says MC Cruz used to go through the Guam phone book and cross out the people that he had issued a ticket to. That's a fact, buddy. I swear that might actually be true. And who else is saying? Booney Dog also saying Busan is a nice place to visit. Just don't take the train to Busan. You're a genius. All right, let me get back to the part that made me all frowny face here this morning. The governor says she would have gone to the legislature and schooled them on the consequences. Quote, we stand to lose a lot of money and stand to lose the quickness of our response and, again, mobilize our people and our essential resources to take care of our people and prevent our people from dying. It's unfortunate. Oh, my God. Drama queen. Really? We're going to lose a lot of money? Chris Duenas says, maybe not. Maybe that's not what's going to happen here. Because he's looking at things like the Stafford Act and cannot find a whole lot of in there that says that it's a guarantee. I mean, all of those states that ended their public health emergencies, they're still spending their ARP money, right? They didn't lose all of that. Now, what do you mean that you would lose the quickness to mobilize folks? Governor of Guam can pick up the phone. Literally, pick up the phone and get a hold of the lady that's currently running the National Guard and say, get these guys back to work. And the deal here with the National Guard is they're built for that kind of thing. They are built to mobilize quickly. And we're going to mobilize for a war. We'll be there in very short order. We're just talking about moving some Humvees with some guys. Back to the Deuce-It? No problem. Get that set up in about 20 minutes. They're good at that. So I don't know what again that they're talking about with all of this. It seems to me that they were able to stand up everybody over at the JIC just like that, so they could put out all of the announcements that they still send out on a regular basis. Last week, Leanne Guerrero said ending the emergency would put a halt to technical and financial resources that the federal government gives Guam to fight the pandemic, along with over $2 million in monthly SNAP allotments. So all these families are getting additional SNAP money, and many families have joined the SNAP in order to help make ends meet. So we've got I forget what the actual number is for SNAP recipients here on Guam and how much money out of that program is allotted to Guam, but it's an incredible amount of money. And this is the way that it would seem to me that the smarter guys in the government of Guam are looking at that, going, well, wait a second, if we do that, then we will lose the 5% of those SNAP dollars that are coming to us. Yeah, you go to the grocery store and you buy food and it's taxed, right? So and all the costs are going up. You know, it's the Ray Gibson narrative, as Booney Dog says. So all of the costs are going up, and that means that the government of Guam has gotten a raise on the business privilege taxes with all of these prices going up, for which there is no obligation for them to provide any added value whatsoever. Do you feel safer? Oh, my God, don't get me started on that. Leon Guerrero's current plan is to transition out of the public health emergency, includes lifting mask mandates over the course of 28 days after the island's COVID level was changed to low under the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidance. 28 days. What's that supposed to buy us? I'm kind of curious. What is that supposed to buy us? What more can we get for all of those additional 28 days? Does that make any difference whatsoever? So you got that story. That was the number two thing that kind of got me just kind of frowny face this morning. No stats, new stats and plans guy. Oh, and then there's this story about how we're going to create a new office, $950,000 budget. I don't know what we're paying Tyrone. But I don't think he's going to do that for free. I think $950,000. I think there's a pretty significant percentage of that that's going to go to payroll. Doesn't that sound like a six-figure job? Real job?
Absolutely. Tyrone is worth six figures.
Oh, at least not even before the benefits.
Yes.
He's the guy that put Zoom meetings on the map for Guam. Tyrone, tighty-whitey Tyrone. We're friends, so I think I can say that. Am I gonna get a Will Smith slap for that?
No, you won't.
You sure? I'm starting to
sure.
worry about that. No, there was a
keep
guy.
his briefs out of your mouth. Rick.
There was a tennis. I saw this on Twitter before I came in. I didn't get the video, but on in Twitter there was a guy that was playing tennis with another dude, and the other dude beat him. And so, as tennis players will do, because this is supposed to be based on sportsmanship, the loser goes up to the tennis to the net. And here comes the winner, and he's all bouncing around. Yeah, I won. And it leans over to shake the guy's hand, and the loser smacked him in the head. Pow!
Wow, Australia maybe.
I don't know if Australian rules, but it just struck me. It just struck me that there might be a little bit more of that. There was another video I saw on Twitter yesterday. And it was an altercation. It was in somebody's house, an altercation, and a big black guy and a little white woman, and the little white woman said something N-word. Ooh. And the guy wailed on her. I mean, knocked her down. Just a punch right here in the solar plexus, knocks the woman down. She's on her butt. And the significant majority of the people that were chiming in on that tweet said, well, she had it coming to her. She had it coming to her. That's where we are in this country now. And so there are a bunch of people, and I do enough emceeing when we're not doing COVID stuff. And like I said, I never really thought of it before. I think I'd only ever in my life gotten into a scrap with somebody after I was emceeing something. And the reason why we got into a scrap was because I was up on stage doing something. The guy was throwing olives at me, and so I went down and confronted him about it. And let me just say, the bouncers got there right in time, so I didn't get my ass kicked. But I mean, that was 30 years ago, something like that. I'll tell you how long ago it was. It was at Lights, okay? That's how long ago it was. But I'll get up on stage every once in a while, and there was, there's times. There's a guy that we're friends now, but I think I rubbed him the wrong way because I said on stage that he looked like a guy, comedian. Right? I can't remember the name. He was one of the original kind of make me laugh TV shows.
Yeah.
Big thick glasses, that kind of thing. Anyways, I made a joke about him. Oh, and there's another guy I made a joke about with Mana. Mana came to a company Christmas party with a dude. Now I'm not going to say he was fat.
Yeah.
Because fat doesn't begin to describe this guy. And right around that time, Austin Powers was out. So I'm doing the joke. Hey, get in my belly.
Yeah.
Don't eat my sister, okay? And I thought, well, you know, if I was ever going to take a smack in the face for something I'd said on stage, that might have been the night. But ever since Will Smith and Chris Rock, ever since then, there are a lot of comedians now that are second guessing some of what comes out of their mouths these days. Mike Tyson meme that maybe you've seen out there is the internet has created a generation of people who will say whatever they want to because they don't have the fear of getting smacked in the mouth anymore. I might be paraphrasing that incorrectly, but yeah, there's something to that. But if I say something out of the ordinary or something that might be offensive, hey, you know, it's nothing personal. It's a joke. Remember the old line, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I mean, I grew up with that phrase, so it amazes me that there might be somebody listening to this broadcast right now saying, hey, I deserve 6 figures because I'm going to lead the government in the Office of Infrastructure Policy and Direction. This is an important job. If this job wasn't important, yeah, right? One way.
We go this way.
We need signs on all the elevators. We need to make it clear whether this elevator is going up or going down. I'm tired of guessing, damn it. That's what the job is going to be about. Office of Infrastructure Policy and Direction. Another way we're going to use American Rescue Plan money to help. You know what this is, guys, right? You know what this is. This is the governor saying we need to make the government of Guam bigger. I need more people that can fill up more parking lots with cars that I'm going to personally put all-in stickers on. And everybody's going to be making $75,000, $80,000, maybe some benefits on top of that. That's what it is, right? So we're going to take Tyrone out of Stats and Plans, and then we're going to put him in this office here, and then we're going to bring somebody else to sit at the desk over at Stats and Plans. Who's pretty? Who's out there? Now, the decision's probably been made. Anybody want to put Tony Babauta? Haven't heard that name in a while, have you?
Yeah.
I actually saw him. I actually saw him on the road the other day.
Oh.
Yeah, I went out and did some running, and I was going from where is it? By Skinner Plaza. I was going down the street towards Mosa, and all of a sudden the horn honks and window rolls down. Hey, Lana, it's Tony Babauta. Yeah. Hey, Tony, are you gonna get that? Are you gonna get that job at BBMR now that Tyrone is taking his tidy whities over to the Office of Infrastructure Policy and Direction? I know, but I don't know. Hey, they're exercising. It's okay. Fire recruits trained in Manila, not one wearing a mask. Just FYI. Government of Guam employees, soon to be all-in people. All right, other items in the table of contents. The dude with the meth overdose. Oh, my God, there's another great story. When we talk about Guam, yesterday it was Guam is Rapist Island, but today, in terms of the headlines, we've gone back to being Meth Island. All kinds of cases, all kinds of stories. The guy got a meth overdose. He said, I broke up from a girl that I was in a toxic relationship with. And I'm going, if you broke up because you were with somebody in a toxic relationship, I don't know, I'd be partying hard. I wouldn't be talking about, I got to take meth, man, because I'm so stressed out. I just know that she's like hanging out with all of Jada Pinkett Smith's other boyfriends. That's what's happening. You know, you say that out loud in front of somebody that's in that condition, they'll believe it. They'll believe it. Oh, yeah. You know, your ex? Yeah, she's already got 18 boyfriends, dude. Just go to her Facebook. Everybody is Valentine's liking everything that she does. Everything. Yep. All right, so there's that story, and then we got the guy that they busted on methamphetamine. He was acting nervously because they pulled him over after driving through a checkpoint at 72 miles an hour. And then the other part of it was the guy's got like 18 prior, so there we go. Interesting story that I didn't have a chance to talk about too much. Maybe Bob will attack this. Is if you are a retiree in the government of Guam, there's a very good chance that there could be a little bit more money coming into your pocket. That's right. The folks over at the legislature, I will not paint them all as desperate for re-election, but there's at least 3 of them at the legislature that have decided that, you know what, these are incredibly hard times for everybody, especially retirees in the government of Guam retirement system. And we've got to do what's right for them.
Got to help those heads of families.
Exactly. So expect now a conversation about an increase in the cost of living allowance, the COLA. And when does the COLA come out? Golly, when does it? Usually they get the COLA out just before the election. just before the elections. I'm wondering, man, this might be one of those things, and it's even possible that it wouldn't need to be funded by the taxpayers. Maybe this would be one of those things where they've already set it up with the governor, where they're going to say, okay, let's do this thing with the COLA. We'll get the old farts and their kids to vote for all three of us, and you, of course, and we'll get this thing out. We'll use American Rescue Plan money. This is the one time the governor's going to say, yeah, you can use American Rescue Plan money. We'll use that to fund the COLA increase for the retirees. Watch how that plays. Wonder what other Christmas gifts we're going to get out of the legislature and the governor between now and Election Day. But remember, it doesn't count if you don't win the primary. 142 days away. So, ladies and gentlemen of the legislature and the government of Guam, I'm still waiting to get impressed. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up. KUSG, I got you. That's us. And for Real Joe and Montecillo Tyron, my name is Ray Gibson. Hey, thanks very much for listening and enjoying the program. If you enjoyed it half as much as I enjoyed being here, that means I enjoyed it twice as much as you did. Sorry, that's just math. It's only science. Oh, okay, that's it. Gotta stop talking now. Make room for Fox News here on The Point.
Be criminally charged. I'm Lisa Lacera. The fate of two former advisors of President Trump now in the hands of the Justice Department after a House vote.
The House voted to hold Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino in contempt for refusing to comply with the House January 6th Select Committee's investigation into the U.S. Capitol attack. The two Republicans serving on the committee, Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, were the only Republicans to vote for the contempt charges. The committee says Scavino was with President Trump that day, and while Navarro has cited executive privilege to avoid the committee, President Biden has waived that, and the Supreme Court has ruled against Trump's effort to withhold documents. So far, congressional contempt allegations have resulted in an indictment against former Trump advisor Steve Bannon, but the DOJ hasn't yet made a decision on charges for Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Texas taking action to stem what Governor Greg Abbott says is an unprecedented number of migrants crossing into border towns. He says it will build border walls, put in lights, put up razor wire, and he says
Texas is providing charter buses to send these illegal immigrants who have been dropped off by the Biden administration to Washington, D.C.
The move coming after the CDC announced earlier this week it would not renew an order put in place that turned migrants away due to COVID-19. The mayor of Mariupol, Ukraine, says the number of civilians killed in his city is more than 5,000 as Ukraine collects evidence against Russia as it faces accusations worldwide of committing war crimes. This coming as the U.S. and its Western allies announce a new round of sanctions against Russia that target, among others, the adult children of Vladimir Putin. President Biden has signed into law plans for a sweeping overhaul of the Postal Service. Officials had repeatedly warned without congressional action, the Postal Service would run out of money by 2024. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special